Well, hey there. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you so much for putting in some nice wows in at wow time. And wow, welcome to one of my favorite places that I've never been. Welcome to the Greek island of Mykonos. This is the home of the original chill-out Greek island hop, and it's time to go. Hey there, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Athena wants us to call for pushback. Thanks, Loviz. Loviz says there is actually a VATSIM going on. I was thinking this was going to be all chill out and stuff. Hey, thanks for coming by, Sunjammer. Thank you for always including one of two tones. Always full pints of Guinness when you're doing wows. Thanks for coming in. Average Canadian is over on YouTube. Thanks for joining on YouTube. Widget Wire. You need to upgrade your flight deck numbers. Oh, the autopilot blur. I think that the autopilot blur is probably more to do with... So there's a setting that you can go to, and that setting, SRQ Aviation is here. Welcome to you, SRQ. So there is a setting under graphics, and I can never remember what it is. But if you come on over here and go to General and Graphics, and I think it's the anti-aliasing stuff. And I think, yeah, wig bill. It's DLSS. See, I've got mine sent to TAA, not because I'm, kinky about TAA, which shows you where my sense of humor is today. But that's just what causes the blur. So if you go and set this to TAA, and I don't know what it stands for, and I've already said what I thought it is, and that's already really bad. But that's what causes the blurring stuff. That's what causes your blurry stuff. Either that, or you have had too many adult beverages in your sim cockpit, and it's time for you to cut back a little bit. Okay, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in. Mr. Jazz is here today. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you. Widget Warrior is here. Laxon checking in from Boda. Loviz uses TAA2. And yeah, so Loviz has got a better graphics card than I do and is using it. So that's kind of the way all that works there. So again, that's what does it. And Shatter Mag shatters the secret code. It is called temporal anti-aliasing. Temporal sounds like a Star Trek term to me. Yeah, it sounds like one of those things, that tends to blow up the Enterprise or something. So anyway, welcome aboard. Dave, you've disconnected I have disconnected. I didn't mean to. Oh, you know why? That was because I went in and showed you that. Hey, Mad Muso, welcome in from South Africa. Airbus pilot is back to boarding school for you tomorrow. Good luck at boarding school, Airbus pilot. Thank you, Shattermag. Thank you for popping that information in. Because, there's so many of those goofy little acronyms and everything else like that I can't keep it all straight. The real secret code is how it actually works. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's for those, code whisperers and stuff like that are out there. So I went and I've set my flight to just before sunset here. I'm gonna roll my clock back just a touch more here, just so that it's not completely dark for the whole flight today, and so that way we can jump on in and do some flying. What makes the custom plane for Microsoft Flight Simulator? The custom plane. You're talking about flightsim.to for more liveries and stuff like that? Hey, there's a little truck that just went right in front of us there. So yeah, Widget Warrior is using a G-Force. So okay, Widget Warrior, you need to go and you need to do that TAA thing like the rest of us, and that's how, making it funny like that is the way that we're going to make it work. Okay, let me go. I have to fix my Volanta. Volanta's being weird today. I do have it going, but sometimes you just have to refresh it. Okay, got Volanta going. So that looks really good. Cedo Air is back. Welcome aboard. So let's hop aboard the cockpit. Come on in here. Go to ground services. I need some stairs, the one door open, and all of that's looking pretty good too. There's a lot of good videos on YouTube for all those settings. There is. I just got a beep from LGGG Center.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
So that was really nice. Jim just did a resub. Jim, first resub today. Hey, Jim. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Really appreciate you jumping, keeping it going here. Realize we talk actual dollars and things like that, but or any other form of currency, but still, thank you for helping me to keep the lights on, Jim. Jim's been here for 33 months, and I'm super grateful. Thank you for doing that. Shall we do airplane stuff? All right. And so I just got a clearance from our controller. Let's go ahead and start airplaning. I've already got the doors open and everything like that. We've got the flight plan and stuff installed. Let's turn on the airplane. USMC Vet, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for always coming in. USMC Vet always puts in a beer cheers at the beginning, although I'm going to do stick with Spy Tea here just because, you know, it's better than being poured into the cockpit by the end of the live stream. Loviz, please get going. Absolutely. Don't wait for me. Do not wait for me. You know it'll take forever as I'm too busy saying thank you for being here and attempting to, do funny things, which is not all that funny. Okay, so airplane's coming alive. I think I got the WinWing stuff is working here. Let's go and switch that over to hectopascals. That's looking great. Zach just arrived. Welcome, Zach. And if you're also joining us on YouTube, I actually have the correct chatbot chat window up so I can see if you say something too. Okay, FMGC. FMGC looks good. So we'll go to the ATSU system over here. And that was, as usual, the weather cam going on, disconnecting. Bear is here. Welcome in, Bear. It would have been amazing if the person who approved your clearance was named Clarence. It would be. Actually, I think it's Demetrius, who does ATC here in Greece. There's some really good people that do ATC here in the Greek islands that are from here, which is really awesome. Okay, all that looks good. Mass and balance. Gonna send myself a load sheet over here. Anil is back in chat. Welcome on in. And let's come over here. And we can do the init page. Other airplanes that we're going to be doing today is the A350 and the 777. Hi, Hydrospace. Thanks for coming by. And happy weekend. There we go. That looks really good. We are Aegean, AEE. Another one of my favorite things that I've never experienced in real life. Let's hear it for all of our favorite things. Was Demetria? I believe so. I don't. You'd think I would be up on my Greek mythology because it's one of my, Greek history is a favorite thing of mine, but I'm just not that good about it. The Velocity 1, Airbus pilot. I do not have the Velocity 1. I've got the WinWing, and mine is the Ursa Minor, I think is that one. Hydrospace, thank you for reminding me to say Happy Mother's Day. Yes. Very important. Happy Mother's Day. If you've got a mom, be sure and say that. Okay, let's see. Flight plan. Over here, pilot brief. Cost index today is going to be 40. Cruise is going to be flight level 300. Looks good. Let's go get our winds because everybody knows it's windy. I mean, I know about Athena, and that's one of the important ones. There was also this guy named Zeus and stuff, but I thought that Athena was cooler. Plus, Athena's got this really, really cool little. Athena has this really cool little temple up on the Acropolis. It's not one of the bigger ones, and I don't think you can actually get to it because it's kind of fragile and stuff. But I don't know. I've always thought that one was really cool. I learned about that one when I was researching stuff for the spy chase up on the Acropolis. 32.3. And there's zero fuel weight and center of gravity. I've got a full heavy flight today. Loviz says ATC logged off. I think so. Yeah, I get it. It's late for them. We're a little late. Okay, let's go ahead and pop stuff in here. So let's see. Here we go. Taxi fuel is going to be 0.173. Taxi's 173. Contingency is 0.696. Alternate is 1.23. Final is 1.09. And those are all looking good. Okay. Well, let's see. That looks really pretty good. Let's start our passengers. Are they boarding? Nope, they're not. I need to come over here and re-update this. Now let's see if I can board the passengers. There we go. Now I can start them boarding. Let's see. What else do we do here? Okay, passengers are walking down the jetway. Let's see if everything loaded up. This Navigraph, sadly, it automatically populates all of your data and stuff. I wish we could turn that off, and maybe there is a way, I just haven't found it yet, but sadly, it sometimes doesn't work well. Okay, it is the Varix 1 Foxtrot departure. Climb via the SID 3000, Varix 1 Charlie. See, they changed it on me. I have to do the 1 Charlie. So if we turn that off, we now have to go get the Varix 1 Charlie. Okay, 1 Golf departs. Varix 1 Charlie. See, this one isn't as much fun. You don't get to do the cool little figure 8. Okay, it's going to be the Varix 1 Charlie. Okay, that looks good. And I'm going to assume that the arrival charts are good. Okay. AZ wants to know if anybody knows anything about the Synaptic A220. I do not know anything about that one. Okay, so departure today is going to be runway 34 on the Varix 1 Charlie. And insert coming into Thessaloniki, it's going to be runway 16 is the last thing that I saw. It's going to be the Likpo 2 Foxtrot arrival. Likpo 2 Fox. And we're going to transition. I think it's at D342. And the flight plan looks good. Let's make sure that we don't have anything here. No route discontinuities. Looking good. Performance init page B. Cool. I don't really know. Airplane, you got cleared on the Varix 1 Charlie too? Okay. Yeah, I got the 1 Charlie. Did I get the wrong one? Did I go with 2 Charlie instead of 1 Charlie? I might have put the wrong one in. Departure, is that what I put in over here? Yeah, it should have been the 2 Charlie. No, I think the only thing we have is 1 Charlie. Let's see if I did the wrong thing. Flight plan, runway 34, departure 34, Varix. Yeah, I put the right one in. So we're not having any problems at all. Doesn't matter too much anyway. ATC logged off. Well, that's okay. Let's see. Yeah, the figure 8 is actually kind of entertaining. 7471 is our clearance. 7471. We are going to have a chance for some good VATSIM later. We changed the flight plan a little since we went to Dulles yesterday. We're departing out of Atlanta on our 3rd flight heading down to Orlando. You could also go to Jacksonville. There is a new controller that's doing some training. That's doing a little bit of training and stuff. And so we're going to come in and provide traffic for training. Zolesk is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Loviz says the 1 Charlie is better. The 1 Charlie is better. Well, the 1F, we get to do the curly Q, but the 1 Charlie, we take off and do a little bit of a DME arc and go out to Varix, and then out we go. I think after that, we basically go to Kia, the little island of Kia there. And then Ligpo is coming on in. But you see how it is that, if you go in and out of the application, you can't, it'll remember that you start something, but it still plugs the old stuff in. So if they change the runways and stuff, you're out of luck. Okay, so that looks good. How is boarding? Looking pretty good there. Let's see. We can come over here and probably get the weather. There was not an ATIS, and there is Thessaloniki. It's raining there. 1012 on the altimeters. My clearance climb via the SID, flight level 300. So I did not get a climb clearance there. Let's see. Over on YouTube, it's Pim Pim Games, right? Welcome, Pim Pim Games. Oh, you're, okay. You've got all sorts of names here on the internet, don't you? Hi, North Gaming. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. All right, this all looks good. Let's come on down here. And Canadian AvGeek is you tried to log into VATSIM, but your account is suspended. Have you passed the test yet? There's a little test that you need to do. Did you do the test yet? Let's see. Classy Frog, Calispera. I hope I said that at least a little bit right. Probably not, though. My Greek pronunciations are not good. Classy Frog, welcome aboard. Good to see you, too. Okay, all this looks good. I think we're just waiting for passengers and we can go. Not like the little A319, because boy, the little A319 loads up really fast. This is another preliminary load sheet. It's the same one. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. I've done one of the tests, but you had 90%. I don't know. It sounds to me like if you're not done, if you didn't finish the test, so there must be a problem. There must be a problem in there. My tech review is here, landed at Pittsburgh for the VATSIM event. You do realize that, when it comes to Pittsburgh, my jokes are rather pitiful. We should take the A319 into London City. Yes, that's a good airplane to take into London City Airport. Yeah, it really is. Average Canadian. I don't know. You may want to just, you may just want to go over to, you may want to go to vatsim.net and do the help with my account email and just send an email to them and say, hey, I'm having a problem. Yeah, you're gonna have to get some help with that. Nothing we can tell you on a live stream is gonna help you out. Okay. Last few passengers to board, almost done. And if you've read the spy stories, if you look here in, there's actually some houses up here in the middle part of this mountain, and that is where Leah's house is. So Leah bought a house up here, and that's her house. It's halfway up the mountain with a view of the airport and also the bay. Hey, my tech review. I'm sorry I can't even do the permits and stuff. Ooh, somebody's blasting off. I can't do the permits. They're broken right now. We'll start getting things fixed next week, okay? Right now, that was a nice takeoff. Polyot has got one last week of judge school. And this is going to be the toughest week. There's like not one, but 2 written tests and another oral test where they have to answer questions and stuff. And this is sort of like for all the marbles. So after we do, after that test gets done, we can get back to work on getting things fixed here. You got your Wolfie. You got the spy stories. I do hope you enjoy them. Somebody posted over on Discord today about me getting to work. I missed them too. I really hope that I can get my head to a point where I can start writing again. It's important to write, to be ready to write the correct way, and I'm just not ready to do a lot of that right now. I've written a few things, and some of the things that I've written have been, to be honest, a little bit horrible. So 61.0 init page B. 61.0, that's good. 31 point, new, no, 32.5. 32.5. Okay, center of gravity is now set. Off to performance. Accept this and go. Let's go ahead and close the door. Move the stairs out of the way. Turn off ground power. Turn on the fuel pumps. We're almost ready to go. And ground power can disconnect. Parking brakes are good. I'm going to disconnect the chocks now. Go to My Flights on that tab. Come over here, do departure performance, runway 34, weather, and good. Send it. Flaps 3, down 5. Hi, Lucidity. Welcome aboard. If only Polyot's tests were as easy as the VATSIM tests. No kidding. I can't imagine what those tests are like. So I wouldn't be good at that. Canal, is it Canal Kurdistan? Did I say that right? Over on YouTube, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. You can wait to play on mobile. Widget Warrior, it worked. Now I got to set your cameras on the number pad. Good luck with that too. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Everything's good to go up here, right? Seatbelts can go on. I need pushback helper. And let's get the tug. Here comes our tug. Jendal, you have to desolder your keyboard. Really? Good luck with that. Well, I hope you get back into the sim. Let us know how we can help, but good luck with desoldering your keyboard. That sounds tough. My tech review wants to get 2024 to work. Good luck with that. I know that Sibby still has some trouble trying to get her 2024 to work. So it really is kind of crazy how some people's sims work and other people's I don't get it. Parking brake can go off. Let's go. I'm the only one here. As much as a judge knows, I would have no clue as to what you have to study. I think you have to study an awful lot. All right, let's see if we can go and do a bit of a turn here. They did finally update the scenery here, which is nice. Welcome back, Cappy. Thank you for coming in today. Starting engine number 1. I think somebody just... Oh, there's an airplane right there. And there it is. It just... I don't know. I didn't think that I had a big enough brain to get a private pilot's license, but I did, so that wasn't too bad. My tech review's testing it today. Okay, good luck with that. Okay, let's come on over here. Engine number 1 and 2 going up. Hi, Black Dog. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Welcome aboard. Airbus pilot says we need an Airbus hat, don't we? Gotta get an Airbus hat. And all of this is looking pretty good. Let's start squawking for VATSIM. And we got a good start on engine number 1. Morrison, I am an airline called Aegean Airlines. Starting engine number 2. Number 2. This is their old livery. And their new livery is nice, but they changed their logo away from the 2 birds flying off into the sunset, which are really, really good. And this airplane is actually still flying for Aegean, but they painted over it. And it doesn't have Athena painted on the side anymore. But because of the engine parts problem and stuff, they put this airplane back into service. And engine number 2 is coming on up, we hope. There comes fuel, and there goes engine 2. Airplane, I thought you two already took off, right? You're not behind me, I'm behind you. And there we go. Everything looks good there. Let's see, we're gonna be 122.8. Sadly, we were a little late for the ATC. Okay, 2 good starts on our engines. Starter back to normal. Starter's back to normal. APU bleed and APU can go off. Let's come down here, disconnect the nose gear, and let's do our control checks. So let's see, seat up forward a little bit, that looks good. There goes the elevators, there goes the ailerons, there goes the rudder. Trim is going to be down 0.5. That looks good. We're going to be flaps 3 for takeoff. And speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. Looks good. Taxi light can go on. Cabin call. Parking brake. And let's get going. I see we got 1 airplane down there on the runway. Let's see. Airplanes in the air. Low-vis gave the updated A380 a go this morning. No issues at all. It was a little heavy on frame rates in the cabin. I actually didn't see any issues at all with it last night. I was going to try and take it into St. Maarten from Santo Domingo. We're departing from Las Americas Airport. And then maybe take the 777 from Atlanta to Orlando. So if you look real carefully at the end of the runway, you see there's an airplane all lined up, ready to go. Low-vis always monitors FPS. I was thinking about that, but I figured that would just lead to a serious bout of depression. So I decided that, as Cypher said in the movie The Matrix, ignorance is bliss. Lucidity did Los Angeles to San Francisco. No issues today. Yeah, you might as well fly during the day right now. You should. Low-vis says it is anxiety producing. It is anxiety producing. It is. Especially, when your system's starting to get a little bit old. But Stormy is just hanging in there, and it's so good. Okay, that airplane's still just kind of sitting there. Parking brakes on. I think we're going to be waiting for a little bit here. There they go. Low-vis has the NVIDIA overlay. I should probably at some point turn that on. Parking brakes off. Let's get going. Strobe's going to go on. Landing lights dropping out. Here we go. Lucidity fixed your sound popping issue. And this is an airport we have to do a back taxi. Actually, I think there's supposed to be another one of the old windmills up on the hill here. I don't see it. Might be getting lost in this. But like in the downtown area, there's one of the old windmills up here too. I think, well, maybe that's it over in the trees. Sorry, airplane, we've got a problem with the permit stuff. We'll get it fixed soon, but right now we just can't get it done. Give us a few weeks on that, okay? Takeoff config check. Predictive wind shears going on. ECAM checklist is green. We're all ready to go. Picture with the new Aegean livery. The new Aegean livery is okay. I like the blue. The font of the name is nice. They just changed the logo, which is too bad. Wolfie, thank you for reminding. That's right. You could put it over in Discord. Totally forgot about that, didn't I? Thanks, Wolfie. And here we go around here. I think that the doorbell sound there was somebody doing a follow over on YouTube. Thanks for the follow on YouTube. I'm pretty new over there, so thank you for that. That's okay, Bear. You'll pick up the next streak. Okay, that looks pretty good. So up here we go. Everything's good there. Everything's good there. Landing lights going on. Are we ready to depart scene of the crime? Throttle's going up a little bit. Engines are stable. Elapsed timers going on. Manual flex, SRS, runway. Nope, no runway on this one. That's right, no ILS here. So it's only SRS. And auto thrust is blue. V1, hands off the throttles, rotate. Positive climb, nice view over Sunset Bay. Gears going up. Yeah, I hit the autopilot button so that we could do, so that we could look outside a lot. There's a cool part of this island over here in this big cove. I don't think that this is the touristy part of the area. That would be a great place for Spy HQ. I missed a little chat going out. I'm sorry about that. Yes, we did an MD-11 flight the other day. There goes our leading edge slats. Oh, I don't think that they want to scare the kids before they get on the airplane. Medusa might do that, AZ. The MD-11 flight yesterday was in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I was able to get it going, but the performance was really not all that great. So it was fun to get back in those airplanes, but I think it just kind of reinforced my patience for, me just wanting to be patient for Flight Simulator 20, for the airplanes we love to come into 2020. Landing with the ILS Zulu for runway 10. All right, ILS Zulu for runway 10. Thanks, Loviz. Hey, Manafee, you did an 11-hour flight in the A330. The A330 is a surprisingly stable airplane, isn't it? It's not a bad airplane at all. I took that one on across the pond and really was not that disappointed. I just was not disappointed at all. Airplane, it's working better for you. Yeah, I think once you get it going, it really does become a much nicer airplane. Something about dancing. Sorry, Dad, game time. I'm kind of running behind. Psych for the 777. That's right. We're going to get the cargo liner this week, right? It's the cargo liner coming up this coming week from PMDG. I bet you're excited because Loviz flies for FedEx Virtual, and that's going to be really nice. Oh, was that the safety dance? I get it now. I'm sorry. Okay, so there's a runway change. It's the ILS Zulu now for runway 10. So, coming over here, we're going to have to get some new stuff. I'm going to guess that the Likpo arrival here is not going to work for runway 10. Yeah, that's runway 16. So we need Likpo for runway 10. Likpo for runway 10. That's runway 34. And Likpo 1 Delta. That's for runway 10. So the 1 Delta would work. So we come in at Likpo, and it puts us out at Benfi. Okay. And after Benfi, we need the ILS Zulu, which is what they're using now, for runway 10. Does that work at Benfi too? It does. So we're all good to go there. All right, so now what we'll do is we need to redo the flight plan. So flight plan, arrivals. We're going to look for ILS Zulu runway 10. That's good. A new start is going to be Likpo 1 Delta. And that's going to be via Benfi and insert. Okay, all that looks good. Irvi would like a link to FedEx Virtual. A link to FedEx Virtual. Sadly, you're going to have to bring your own Wilson volleyball, okay? I don't think you get a free Wilson volleyball. So, Likpo 1 Delta. Okay, we're all set for that one. Looks like we get to do a nice little DME arc in over here. And that looks good to go over there. And let's come over and hit that button there. There's the latest weather. Do I have any good tips on what views to set in the number pad? So Widget Warrior, the best tip that I've got for you on that is make all of your airplanes the same. Okay? So you know about a typical, number pad, right? 0 is at the bottom, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So this view right here, this is view 0. And it's the main pilot looking forward, flying the plane view, right? And this thing is really, really good. So all of my airplanes, regardless, that's my main pilot view. So that's button 0 on the number pad. Number 1 is the autopilot view. And the autopilot view has to do 2 things. 1, I have to be able to get to all the knobs and dials, right? Number 2 is I need to be able to see the primary flight display, because more often than not, you're going to need to not only dial dials, but read the primary flight display. So my autopilot view has to have those 2 things in it. Number 2 is always the flight management computer. Whether it's a McDo, a McDon't, an FMC, an FMS, whatever, number 2 is always the FMC. Number 3 is always what I call big instruments, and that's where I can get to almost every button, lever, or whatever that I need to be able to get to. Number 4 is what I call close-up instruments of the primary flight display and the navigation display. Number 5 is always what you see there, the upper panel. And then number 6 might be the pedestal or something else. And number 8 is the flight management, is the electronic flight bag. And that's really the way that I have that. Number 7 and number 9 are camera views. And in fact, look at this. Wig Bill just popped in. This is it. Yep. That's it right there. Thanks, Wig Bill. I should have looked at that sooner. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's how I have them spaced out. And that works for me. And the secret, I think, is make all of your airplanes as close to the same. Now, your views are going to vary with airplanes, but it's what makes it so easy when I've got to go and, I've got to get down here and change the radio. I've got to change my flight. You can do it really quickly. 7 and 9 are cabin views. Yeah, it's either cabin views or looking to the left or looking to the right. Oh, is that video? Wig Bill, I can't find that video anymore. I got to find that video. I don't know where it is. Let's see, Juanito, did I say your name right? It's first time in chat. Hi, Juanito. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. This is a great simulator. The airplanes are amazing, the scenery is amazing, and we get to go places, and we don't have to take off our shoes to go through security. Okay, all of this looks really good. Coming in over the little island of Kia here. I think we could do seat belts. Should have done landing lights and the nose light and the 10,000-foot cabin call, but I was carrying on about cabin views. Morrison, yep, that's the should be the logo of FedEx, right? All of my cabin views are exact for every airplane because it enables you to get to things quickly without thinking about it. If I know that I got to change the upper panel, I just know I hit number 5. It's that fast. And sometimes when you're flying in, of all places, across the pond, Frankfurt Friday, sometimes you need to be able to get to your views really, really quick.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Hey, there was another resub. It was War Tadek just came back in. And War Tadek has been here. Hang on a sec. Sometimes it takes a second to paint on here. 27 months. War Tadek, thank you for a really nice resub. Thanks for being here for 27 months. An awesome jet fuel on the flight plan. Sibby, I always mispronounce in Kalispero. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. I've got favorite Aegean livery. We're heading up to Thessaloniki. Athena is on the side of the plane, and it's a beautiful sunset arrival. Beautiful sunset arrival. I hope you're having a nice night tonight. Wolfie just put it in there, said it better than I could. The busier we get in VATSIM, the less time we need to spend on remembering where the view is. That's exactly it. Said it much better. Yes, this is a good livery, isn't it? This is a good livery. Oh, Widget Warrior, you're not a bother at all. You're trying to commit to flying more, so buying the aircraft. No, that's not a bother at all. You're in no way there's a bother. Let's see. Becky H. Davis is back in chat over on YouTube. Hi, Becky. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming back in. And Manny on Twitch just did a resub for 41 months. Hey, Manny, thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. I think my Greek music ran out. It's only a 26-minute playlist. I'm gonna have to add some more to it. That's right. Drinking Uzu and enjoying gyros. Real deal. Yes, it's been a while since we've done the classic spy flight Greek island hop. Innis Gaming is back in chat. The GSX panel in 2020. Apparently there's been some sort of a bug. They may have fixed it, so check your updates over in TFDI, Innis Gaming. There might be an update on that one. No way would there be a bug in the sim, would there, Captain Sibby? No way at all. Are there any great regional airliners in Microsoft Flight Simulator right now? Let's see. I know you can get a Olympic livery for the ATR. I know that you can get some A319 liveries, some small ones like that, Yellow Tang. They're slowly growing. And I think that when the E-Jets arrive, that's going to be good. Oh, how can I forget CRJ? CRJ's got some great regional airlines. Air Canada Jazz, Air France Hop, Lufthansa City Hopper, City Link, I forget. So yeah, there's plenty. Oh, and Loviz says the Fokker, the F-28. Widget Warrior wants the A350 and the CRJs. My Tech Review says that GSX is in beta right now. Oh God, beta. Stop scaring me. Waterwell, good evening. Glad you got 2024 going. It takes a little bit of work, don't they? Yeah, beta, right? I'm not kidding. Betas can be scary. Okay, we're at flight level 300. Let's just do a quick top of climb. Lights are all off. Seatbelts are off. Domes off. No smoking. Emergency exits. That all looks really good. Flaps are up. Speed brakes are disarmed. Emergency brakes are off. Gears up too. Everything's nice for cruise. We are 200 miles away from Thessaloniki. They did have a switch in the runway to 10. We got that all set and ready to go. Do we have any discontinuities in here? There's Likpo and Benfi. That takes us right into Thessaloniki, and we're all good to go there. Over to progress and reports. We are... Top of descent is 107 miles out. And I missed a little chat while I was doing a little bit of a rabbit hole there. Community folders are troubling for Waterwell. Average Canadian did a long flight today. Manaphy Games is life is like a video game. All the event traffic into Thessaloniki has stopped, so the event's over and we can just chill our way in. Okay, let's go ahead and hit refresh. There is our latest weather. This one says it's still raining there. Okay, so we are 102 miles. Time to go and do performance. Page. And let's go and do altimeter. Altimeter is 1013. Temperature is 16 degrees. The winds are 140 at 8. Transition is probably 070. I'm going to make this a config 3 landing. And minimums for runway 10. And see how this goes. And even though I turned them off earlier, it goes and it gives you the wrong one. Okay, minimums are 217 feet. 217 in the barrel box. All that's good. Let's turn on config 3 up there in GPWS, ground proximity warning system. We're on the 1 Delta. So the 1 Delta, do we have any altitudes here? At Benfey, it doesn't say anything. So on the ILS, what does it say for Benfey here? 5,000 feet, no ATC. I am going to clear myself down to 5,000 feet. That looks good. That looks good. Back to performance, and 92 miles from top of descent. Manaphy Games, yes, if we're flying the little F-28, there's going to be a lot of jokes about that. When it comes to the F-28, you should expect that there's not going to be a lot of fockering around here. We just don't do that here. Because if there's one thing for sure, we like our Fokker F-28. Where's my Fokker livery? There it is. My Fokker emote. There we go. I'm 20 miles behind the airplane ahead of us, so that's good. And a nice view outside the windows. Okay, so we're coming up here. Oh, let's see. We're coming over Skiathos. Is that your diving island, Sibby? The Skiathos diving island that you like? Or is it one of the, I thought it was up here. Airplane is in the soup. Yeah, it's raining there too. No, Santorini is the really good island for diving, not Skiathos. Okay. Santorini. All right. Looks like we're all doing pretty good coming on in here. Royal Sibby, you've also been to the Skiathos. That's the one that everybody calls like the Princess Juliana Airport, the Saint Martin, because you can get like right underneath the airplanes when they're landing. And if you want to get behind a big jet when it's going to take off, you could do that too, although I don't recommend it. I think that's kind of silly myself, but man, what if an airport with 6 runways had it so the outers were left and right, the inners were left and center? I think that a LC and an RC would just be a little bit confusing. That's why even though they might all be the same headings, like Denver has 3-5 left and right on the east side of the airport, and on the west side of the airport they have 3-4 right and left. And even though it's the same heading, 3-4s are over here, 3-5s are here. And I think that's why they do that. You were there when the military plane took off and it blew your ears off? Really? Because they were really loud? And we got airports up. But yeah, that's why they do that. Very loud. Yeah, I know. After Sibby got her ears blown off, she had to go looking for them, and I think somebody turned them into the lost and found. I'm just going back to see if they left us any Uzu or any Giros. No, they didn't even leave us with any Venizelos coffee. They put everything away. No fun at all. They never save any food for the pilots anymore. Sibby can't hear. There we go. Wonder if you can see through the door. Nope, can't see through the door. Next flight, we're going to the actual Princess Juliana Airport. If it has 6 runways in the same direction, it would be ORD 27 left, 26 left. Yeah, they will also do a left, center, and a right, but I don't think that they're going to do double letters for a runway. It's already confusing enough to have double letters in taxiways. I know, we've been to Sim Houston before. Spiders do not need any internet. They have WaspNet. I try not to let them bug me too much. They do. Airplane, they browse the web. And looking good here. We're 50 miles from top of descent. The number of Firefox users at Bikini Bottom is dwindling. In the future, everything will be Chrome. Yeah. I think that's a joke. I think that's a joke. I may have messed that up, but I think that's a joke. Low-Viz says expect low-viz when you get into Thessaloniki. That was a browser joke. Okay, cool. Airplane is in range. You heard the last 2 seconds of somebody's transmission. Okay, it was a browser joke. Got it. And there's our top of descent hockey stick. And we are in an Airbus, so we have to tell the airplane that it's okay. Let's see, we've got a message from Aegean Ops. Aegean says no ADC required. Haha, good. What's the difference between ignorance and apathy? I don't know, and I don't care. Bear's gonna make an early dinner tonight. What's for dinner tonight, Bear? What is for dinner tonight? I did make cookies here at Spy HQ. I was just feeling good this morning, so made some cookies today. I will probably try and eat something. I will try and make something like nutritious for dinner, but I don't know that they'll ever do that. I mean, all the way around like that. They tried that back in the days of just land in an empty field, but I don't know that they want to. I don't think that they want to put down that much concrete and asphalt. Airplane wants brownies today. I could cure your craving for brownies. I really can. How's that? See, I told you I could cure it. Now you want cookies now, right? Now you want cookies. Did you hear about a dyslexic, agnostic insomniac all night wondering if there was a dog? You have to actually understand that a little bit, but that was a good one, Widget Warrior. Who said I don't want cookies and brownies? There you go. Cookies and brownies would be good. Let's see. Cappy wants cookies too. Wait a minute. Your wife made cookies last week and you're going to go grab some now? Wait a minute. Wig Bill, time out here. Your wife made cookies last week. You've got a family, right? There's kids in your house? How is it that there's still any cookies left over? Because whenever my mom made like desserts and stuff like that, when me and my sister were kids growing up, they lasted about 24 hours. It made it one day and they were gone by the end of the day, by the end of the next day. If they were not gone by the end of the next day, my mom would say that dessert was a failure and she'd never do it again. But we went straight for it there. Your dad would lock up the cookies so you couldn't get to them? Oh, we bought a pantry. It's a metal cabinet with, oh my gosh, my parents never thought of doing that. They never thought of doing that, probably because they liked the dessert just as much as, the kids did. So that never happened. You bought a metal cabinet with locks. Loviz, he did lock up the booze, but did lock up the cookies. No, they never locked up the food or the booze at my house, so. And I mean, there was some pretty good desserts there. Pecan pie at our house was good. Chocolate cake with seafoam icing was good. Chocolate chip cookies are good too. I hate to be a brat about it, but I make mine are better. That's because I don't use as much butter. A big boy he can eat. Oh, okay. I could understand that. Zonity, I don't know that there is one for the Phoenix. Cappy likes the brownies too. Okay, almost time to descend. 6 miles, I say. Somebody call the Deep 13 and tell TV's Frank to press the button. And down we go. Thessaloniki, here we come. Next flight is Santo Domingo, I believe. It's Las Americas Airport to St. Maarten. I was going to take the Airbus A359 because it got updated yesterday, and I'm going to, for Atlanta to Orlando, the 777 that got updated too. Super glued the door of the liquor cabinet. Oh, you super glued the door to the liquor cabinet. You got your cookies and your mom got rid of the cabinet. Win-win. And our descent is pretty good. The little green dot is right in the middle of the altitude tape, so we're right on our descent. So that's looking pretty good. This airport, the terminal at where we're going, is a really, really cool terminal. It's on the list of terminals that if I ever get to do like traveling or anything like that, it's one of the ones I want to see. And when you see it, you'll say, oh yeah, that is kind of cool. Okay, constraints are now on. And all that looks good. We've already got the arrival set up. We know what we're doing here. Let's see. This looks good. I have not seen the concept of a 1 million seat stadium, and I don't think I want to either. That's a little scary. That's a little scary. Really, you only need default scenery for St. Maarten, but you need to choose one or the other to make sure. Otherwise, it gets a little weird. Okay, 25,000 feet, seat belts on. They probably would, Maarten. They probably would do something like that. We got a slowdown coming up, but I think the airplane's going to be smart enough to do that for us. And we have now officially gone into the soup too. Into the soup as well. Brandon, I'm in the CRJ-9 and on the edge of being too overweight for landing. So, Brandon, what if you're just on the edge, what would you think about looking ahead on your flight plan and inserting a hold and just doing a couple loop-dees in the hold? Would that put you underweight for landing and it would be good? You could just throw, practice doing a hold and pop that in there, and maybe that'll work. Wigbill has acquired cookies. Yay. Always good to grab those. Yeah, if I'm ever over, heavy or something like that, I'll just, program in a quick hold and it's perfect. What kind of cookies did you end up getting today? What do you have at your place? Mine are just the simple Toll House chocolate chip cookies. The recipe on the back of the chocolate chips. The secret, by the way, is so usually it's you cut the amount of butter that you put in first. You cut the amount of butter down. That makes sure your cookie's not as hard and a little more chewy. And time to slow down. Chocolate chip cookies. The recipe actually has apple cider vinegar in them. They're thin, but they're soft. Apple cider vinegar. I'd never thought of doing that. That sounds... Apple cider vinegar in your chocolate chip cookies. I really think that's really that's a neat idea. Nestle Toll House. You Americans always butcher the French language. I know. We do. I try not to. And if I can learn the proper way to pronounce things, I will. But sometimes oftentimes I forget. Robbie Bobby says Phoebe is here. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Goldfish Brain. Oh, welcome to Goldfish Brain. Oh, Phoebe, I get it, I think. I actually never really got into the Friends craze. My younger sister enjoyed it for a while, but that was one of those series that kind of passed me by. Low vis is on a 5-mile final. Let's go and switch the TCAS to below so that we can see airplanes. I'm going to go ahead and reduce my own speed now. We always seem to come in a little bit too fast, and we're going to probably need some speed brakes to maintain our descent. And in we go here. Maybe a little more speed brake. Getting a little bit fast here. Flaps 1. Speed brakes away. That should help us, and we'll catch up with our descent. Okay, what did we say the altimeter was? 1013 at flight level 70. Let's put that in here. 1013 to remind me. Still a little bit high. Let's get some speed brake out and slow it down a little bit more. So maybe speed brakes half. There comes our little dot. I'm going to go ahead and get just a little bit of guidance here. Uh-oh, wants anti-ice. Engine anti-ice. Really? We've got icing here? Holy moly. I don't see any icing on the leading edge there. Okay, it's cold and we've got moisture. Oh yeah, Brandon, if you've got a challenging approach like this and there's weather and stuff, that makes it more fun for sure. Okay, that looks pretty good. So speed brakes are still up. Let's go and put those away. And arm them. Auto brakes. Those are looking pretty good. Everything looks good up here. A350 reef points to the hard approach. Oh, they took care of that a long time ago. A350 reef. They've since turned that into a special little fish amusement park. One little mistake a long time ago, and I never... Kidding, of course. Thanks for remembering. Temperature outside the airplane is 1 degree. I guess that's probably why we need anti-ice. Low vis has successfully arrived. Can you fly some VFR patterns on VATSIM? Kirill, VFR patterns on VATSIM. You know, there are a couple of good VFR events. There's the big event in Wisconsin. That's always a good time. Wow, it is a stormy day here. It was so nice and sunny further south today. Thessaloniki traffic. There is another Aegean A320. We're on sort of a downwind for the ILS runway 10. Looks like we are number 2 for the runway. Thessaloniki. Wow, this is a short playlist. I need to go and get some more Greek music for our island hop. And 10,000 feet landing lights. Nose light. 10,000 foot cabin call. So you can see an airplane right over here. It's on final. Black Dog, thanks for being here. So that one's coming in there. I don't see anybody up here, so we're probably pretty good. Cabin is secure. So that's what that little beep was. I've got localizers, so that's all nicely set. I'm going to continue to let the airplane... That's right. This airport, the airport is not actually called Thessaloniki, right? It's Macedonia, I think is what they call it. It's its official name, and so that's what we would call the tower, right? Yeah, that's the little number, the little word under there. So that's the town and the country, and it's Macedonia Tower, not Thessaloniki Tower. Okay. Michael just did a nice resub.
Top clearance granted.
Hey, according to my advanced mathematical calculations, that's 12 months and that's a year. Michael, thank you for a whole year of really great support and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you so much for helping me to keep the lights on here at SPY HQ. Welcome on in. And again, thank you for being here. Good evening. Manny did Manny did one 32 minutes ago. Manny, I hope I said thank you. Manny's been here for 36 months. And Wartadek, I remember saying thank you there, but I should always try to remember to say thank you. Michael, the last year has been gone by at just absolutely warp speed. I figure, the Starship Enterprise has buzzed our solar system with, a leaking ODM conduit or something like that, messing with the space-time continuum because it's just been going by so fast. But thank you for a fast year of really great support and helping me to keep all this crazy stuff going. Okay, I've got localizer. I don't have glide slopes, so let's go ahead and press another button. I'm going to hit the localizer button, just get a little help to get us on the localizer. Altimeter is 1013. So altimeters are now checked and set. 1013 and 1013. Okay, let's go over to performance, arm the approach, and confirm. I think we're all pretty much ready to go. VAP is going to be about 142. It's going to be a flaps 3 landing. I don't know. Who needs an autopilot? I say we turn off the autopilot and fly by hand. Who needs to be able to see outside? Nice flight. Low vis has been in the A319. Oh, I'll bet it was a nice one.
New recruit detected.
Private
Welcome
Barton.
aboard,
Did I say your name right?
sharp.
Private Barton just did it. Became a subscriber. Thank you for the sub. Not a sub, a follower. Thank you for the follow. Loviz is going to take the RJ. I really like the A319 too. Okay, there's the highway. There's the bayfront. The airport's hiding in those clouds. Uh-oh, we're going a little fast. Shatterbag, welcome aboard. The name of the facility is actually the one in all caps, the lowest controlled position, clearance delivery. So that's a coincidence in your case. Okay, thanks, Shattermag. Why do I have so much fuel on board? Because I've been on VATSIM long enough to know that I'm gonna need... Oh, the airplane sped up. The airplane's trying to speed up. Sometimes that happens. Don't know what to do. It'll slow down here. Fact is, we need to go to 180 now. Well, I knew it was going to finally slow down, but sometimes it just speeds up like that. I have glide slope and localizer now.
New recruit detected.
Newark VATSIM pilot just came in. Hey, Newark VATSIM pilot, thank you for the really, really nice follow. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it's almost time to do landing gear, too. We're 10-mile finals. Gears going out. I've got the airport. I've got the runway. A little off to the side here, but the wind should help us out with that. Flaps 2. 7-mile finals. Thessaloniki traffic. The Aegean A320 is now 6-mile finals. Landing runway 10, Thessaloniki. Going mostly visual now. The wind shifted a little bit. Now it's blowing right off the right wingtip. So we're going to have to be a little bit crabby. 5-mile finals. Landing speed. And flaps are 3. ECAM checklist is green. Gear down. 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. We're ready to go. Average EGLL, welcome in. Bulldog just arrived too. Welcome to you. Sibby seems to think that there's an airplane tail sticking up in this body of water. I don't see anything. I don't see it. It's got a 9-knot wind and now it's shifting again. Done with anti-ice. Why on earth do we need to go around? Yep, 18 degrees, we don't need anti-ice.
500.
I don't see any big old airplanes sticking out of the... Hi, Lord Plankton. Welcome aboard. Royal City seems to think it's an A350. No, if you don't get what the joke is all about, we were here back in X-Plane years ago flying that airplane, and I did not do a very good job of landing. Oh, wow, look at that. They've got a bunch of boats tied up out there. Perfect place for boats. Reverse. Welcome to Thessaloniki. Look at that. Didn't even scratch the paint. How about that? Didn't even scratch the paint here, did I? I think my toe brakes are reversed. Airplane had a minus 123. And there's that really, really cool terminal. So lights. Athena is only on the one. I think this might be the freeware. Low-vis, so you use that in 2024. I think this is the freeware airport for this one. And it just, you know, really kind of a cool thing out, especially out front here. And APU, that looks good. I think I'm the last person coming in. Low-vis said, that's right, there's two airports. There's also something for the pilot club or the flight club or something like that. So there's two different ones here. And I think they recently built a new terminal off on the west side of this too. I think that they did something on the west side. And we're just doing thrust idle. But as we get closer, you see, you know, the big stairway that they built out front here, which is kind of amazing. Hey dogs, welcome on in. Las Americas Airport to St. Maarten. But they built this whole thing out there with a bunch of different stairways and stuff, and I guess it's also a little bit of rain protection. Nose light goes off as we approach parking. YYZMAH, welcome to you. But all of this is really interesting what they built here. That's probably pretty good. Parking brakes going on, so that's looking really good. Let's see, we could stop squawking. Squawkage is now done. Flaps up, everything else is good. APU's ready to go. So engine number 1 and engine number 2. And let's see, what did Volanta say? Volanta said we came in here and that looked pretty good. How do we do on our touchdown point? Well, we were still in the zone here. That was the main touchdown over there. So we were still in the zone, But I was going for a little bit of butter there. Minus 256. 256? That felt like a butter all over the runway landing. Man, I just never have any luck with that. It felt like it was so much smoother there. We're going to need a stairway. Open up the doors. No jetways here. And there's our stairs. Here comes the cargo doors. And we made it. And then, yeah, like I said, there's this whole thing that they built out here. So there's these big, long stairways that take you down to the buses. And then there's something, I guess, to keep the rain. 256, VAT Pilot says a 256 is still considered butter IRL. Really? IRL, a 256 is still considered butter? If it's still considered butter, then I think it's celebration time. It may be time to go grab cookies or something like that. Loviz has a hungry dog. You're going to catch up for the last flight. We'll see you at Princess Juliana Airport. Loviz, thanks for doing the flight today. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time. This is really just a nice view. This is such a cool airport to go into. The runway that we were on, I believe, is a newer runway too. So it's really kind of neat. Anything below 300. VAT Pilot says, okay, this is an interesting number. So VAT Pilot says anything below 300 is considered to be butter. How about that? I never knew. That's right. It's us flight sim pilots that are obsessed with the 100s. I'm not obsessed with the 100s. I'm obsessed with the... I want 075. I want, double digits. None of this triple digit stuff anymore. Shattermag says anything below 300 would be considered normal. Well, good. That means that I'm not going to feel all that abnormal. But again, they did such a cool job, doing this airport. They need to change the flag, though, and make it so that because you can have flags that blow in the wind here. Actually, Ryanair is not that bad. I mean, we've got all of those videos about Ryanair, but really, Ryanair actually doesn't do that. They have so many flights and stuff. They've got so many flights that goes well. It's just everybody posts the pictures of the slammers. Jesus Saves is in chat. Welcome. It was a nice flight today. Paul works with them and 3 other airlines. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fun to have fun with them, though. Okay. All of this is good. Generally, pilots have a minimum feet per minute landing because too much butter is dangerous. That's right. Too much butter is dangerous, actually. And VAT Pilot says some airlines, the minimum is 150. So 150 is put that airplane on the ground. All right. Las Americas to St. Maarten. Let's see what we have for this. I'm shocked that somebody with the name of Average Canadian AvGeek would be eating poutine. All right, let's come over and see what's going on in VATSIM land here. So nobody's in the Dominican Republic, but we do have some ATC at T. Nope, they're gone too. Okay, all this is looking good. I think we're ready to go. So we're actually at an airport on the south side of the Dominican Republic this time. I say let's go and get the flight simulator. And we're going to take the A359 for this one. So let's see. New flight plan. No fear here, that's for sure. You're tired of slapping that idea that smooth touchdowns are bad. Well, smooth touchdown is probably okay, but it just doesn't need to be too smooth, right? Good night, Airbus pilot. Thank you for coming in today. MDSD. We've been here before. TNCM, Juliana. We're going to take an A359. There we go. And we're going to fly. I don't have, let's see, United doesn't have anything. So let's just do Delta. Let's see. Runway 10, that's reasonable. Runway 17, that's pretty good too. How about an extra 15 minutes of ATC fuel? 15 minutes of ATC fuel. That should be good. And generate flight. How do you make your own camera, the one that's free moving in the cockpit? So that is a combination of the up and down arrow keys, the right and left arrow keys, and page up and page down keys. Did I say that too fast? So I have right and left to, and that is if you understand the way they navigate in space. Another word that you would use is translate. Translate left, translate right, translate up, down, forward, and backwards. So that's kind of what those are. I don't know if the flight simulator uses the word translate, but that's kind of what that's all about in there. All right, everything looks good there. Let's pre-file on VATSIM so we all can fly together. SimBrief says flight level 390. Yeah, it's probably an okay altitude for this flight. File. Well, yeah, that's the thing that, you know, all of us sim pilots, we love to go for butter. Just absolutely love putting butter all over the runway. But the real pilots, that's not what they do. The goal is to put your wheels right down on the two big bars, the touchdown point. That's the important thing to do. And if you can do the important thing, then that's good. Okay, I'm also going to get my flight plan updated for you in chat. So if you want to see all of my airplanes numbers, you can. Almost done. Okay, got all of those in there now. Let's go see if we can find the A300. Okay, free flight. Let's do Airbus. And we're going to take the A350-900. There it is. And we're going to need to configure our airplane. Let's also clean up our notes while the simulator's catching up for us. Okay, we don't need that. That is Mykonos. And let's bump our flight list up one level. And over on the flight plan page, Control C. Man, what would we do without Control C and Control V? Gunslinger says to stretch. Hey, Gunslinger Center, welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Okay, I think that's all good. Notes are ready to go, and so's the simulator. So we need to go and change liveries. We're not doing Air France. And we need livery, Air France. And we need the Delta livery. And save and go back. Something about damaging the airframes. And save and go back. Let's go to MDSD. MDSD. Los Americas International Airport in Santo Domingo. Okay, there's the airport. Now let's look over there. Oh, I was supposed to stretch, Gunslinger. We could do that. That's right. You have to have GSX if you want to see all the passengers in your airplane. And I've noticed a few people are starting to delete GSX at the moment. It's causing some problems. Got a spy hat all set and ready for you today. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go grab ourselves a gate. And I think that this would be considered a heavy. I don't think anybody's at Bravo 1. Let's try Bravo 1. Jesus Saves has 90% of a route over the Atlantic, so you're probably not too concerned with ground scenery on that one. It does right now, if they would fix that little KATL whatever engine that's in there, because that's the thing that always causes me the most grief. At least for most of the time. My tech review, are you going to try the A359? Did you update it first, right? You did that? VATPilot, also Ryanair, usually lands at smaller airports. Also, don't they go to airports where it's also mostly windy there too? I have had totally updated Landy, and it's still being a brat. So we got your spy hat set. We'll hydrate in just a second, Landy. Thank you. Just want to make sure this works. And let's just let it stabilize here. There we go. Control C, get in the cockpit. And now we're just in loop around cam. Thing about passengers in flight sim though is they've gotten a lot better, but when they first started putting passengers in flight simulator and stuff like that, those passengers were really creepy. They really were kind of creepy, and some of them just looked like axe murderers and stuff. So never was really all that interested in the passengers and stuff. Okay, all of this looks good. We're parked here. We're in a big gate. I think we can go and do airplane things. Landy has been using it for 7 years, and the only issues that Landy had was back in the days of P3D. Really? No kidding. Okay, I think we're here. Let's go ahead and do airplanes. It's probably time, as much as I like the Greek music, we probably should go get our other playlist. And do some spy jazz here. And let's also make sure that everything's working. So throttles, reversers are good. Speed brakes, that looks good. Now the side stick on this airplane is freaking out like that, but the thing about the side stick on this airplane is the thing about the side stick in this airplane is that's just a visual problem. Everything else is just fine. So don't let that freak you out too much. Rudder pedals, good to see that those work. Rudder pedals are working. And we're not going to Germany. So we're going to go and get rid of that. And we don't need those. We're not going to do the German flights. And then we need to go and pull those playlists out too. And let's see if that's some spy jazz. There we go, spy jazz. Okay. And do I have nose wheel tiller? Good, that works too. Jesus Saves is going to be in New York City. Watch out for the navigation stuff there. All right, I think we're ready to turn the airplane on. So we've got 4 batteries, battery 1, battery 2, emergency battery 1, and emergency battery 2. And all these are going to flash at you a little bit. And then after that, we can do external 2 and then external 1. And our airplane's coming to life. It's going to beep at us a little bit. Mr. Jazz, yes, it's always good to get travel jazz going. And I need to change my controllers here. I need to get MobiFlight and then they'll work. You don't want to get flashed. No, we need to avoid being flashed, right? And MobiFlight working. We can use the autopilot panel with this airplane, which is cool. Possible place is doing Zurich to Baku this evening. Well, that's one of the cool parts about this. I mean, it really is being able to fly places we've never been. Okay, let's go to ground first. And I'm going to request a jetway. Let's also do forward and aft cargo doors. So here comes a jetway. PMDG has the jetways going out to the L2, which is really nice. They need to do that with this airplane too. I'm ultimately getting a notion that smooth landings are inherently bad or dangerous, just isn't a normal thing. There are some specific instances. The rainy day, that is good. Well, generally, the real thing that we care about is putting our wheels firmly down on the runway at the touchdown point. That's the important part. You don't want to slam it in there, but you also, if it's feather light, like you were saying in chat, the sensors in the landing gear might not pick up the fact that the airplane's actually landed. And it's important that the airplanes know that they've landed. So there you go. Impossible Face joined a VA, a virtual airline, so they tell you where to go, right? So it's not horrible to do a smooth landing, but it's not like mission critical. Okay, that looks good. Back to flight ops. And flight ops status and sim brief import. 441, and this looks good. Let's go to the load sheet and import there too. Bear, are you in an American Airlines? Was that a A350 or a 777, Bear? Okay, all this looks good. Let's go to our terminal charts really fast. And that looks good. Let's get the airport first. We want to do parking spots and the airport. And then our departure is going to be the Mela to Juliet. Departures to the north or the south. It's actually going to be runway 17. So do we have the Mela? Maybe it's a south departure. You've caught the last hash mark in the zone. Oh, that's the same here. Okay, it's the Mela, so you want the RNAV south departures. And I'm going to switch mine over to night. It's just easier to see. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet here. So if ATC pops on, 5,000 feet for your clearance. You don't want to overshoot that. Coming into Juliana, SimBrief says we're going to do RNAV to runway 10 via Gouda, which, as you know, is going to lead to all sorts of cheesy comments here at Gouda. So Gouda, Avaki, and into good old Juliana here. And we just have one chart. And now all of that's looking good. And go to the pin board. Now everything's set. First time in chat is Private Barton. Welcome aboard, Private Barton. You have a doctor's appointment? Private Barton, I hope you have a good doctor's appointment and the doctor has good news for you. And nothing crazy. Thanks for coming in today. Have a good one. Okay, all of this looks good. I don't think you were aggressive, but I haven't been paying attention. I think it's great that people come in to chat here and have real conversations about real airplanes and the real way that they're supposed to be flown. I mean, sure, we're in a sim. We've got Travel Jazz playing. We got goofy hats on and, you know, really bad jokes. But whenever you're doing a conversation about real world flying, I think that that's great. And it's good to see for sure. So never feel like that's a problem. April to May, that looks really good. So let's go to init, company flight plan, and while that's coming in, let's go ahead and start the APU because apparently they have the AP running on this. Every day is a school day, and the flight plan's been received, and now we insert it. Bear, you're in the 777-200. That's going to be a good airplane to fly. And there's our flight plan. Delta 441 into Juliana. Looks pretty good. Now that that's in. Oh, is that not you? I thought you were flying the one next to me. Nav, nav, and nav. Crew supply of oxygen. APU's coming on up. That's not you, though. Okay. Waiting for the APU. So let's go ahead and do strobes off. Logo light off. No smoking on. Emergency exit lights on. Gotta do those. There, it's available. APU bleed, and we're good. So we've got an American Airlines 777 over there. We got another airplane over there too. So there's a Delta, it looks like, over there. You're not going to argue about another airline SOPs? Well, I'm glad that you're not going to get soppy about that. That was good, right? Yeah, if you've got one airline SOPs and you understand it, it's great to talk about that, but you don't have to talk about another one, right? And IRSs are aligning. And let's just make sure. Yep, they are aligning. Good news. Okay, SimBrief said runway 17, so let's do our departure right now. So runway 17 for departure. And our SID is Mela to Juliet, right? Mela to Juliet. And insert. And insert. Coming on into Juliana, it's going to be runway 10. It's going to be the RNAV. We are doing no star. Our VIA is going to be Gouda. And the cheese jokes have already begun. Shuttermag is cargo now. You did passengers for 10 years. Before that, so you do have great insight, and that's awesome. So you did passengers for 10 years and decided that it was better to go to flying cargo than end up in solitary confinement, right? I would imagine that the passengers have got to be the most maddening. Let's go to ATC Comms, Digital ATIS, and I'm going to send a request for the current METAR. Widget Warrior they are. Widget Warrior understands that. Let's see. Over there, Cappy is going to call it a day. Thank you for coming in, and we're going to request arrival. You did the E145 at the regionals, and they shut down in the pandemic. My current company is first place to call me when I wasn't an RJ operator. Widget Warrior has been in airline operations for 10 years. And how, and you know, being in reservations and stuff, and how you've managed to stay out of, you know, solitary confinement, I don't know. I mean, people have just become so rude, especially to people that work in the airlines. I'm going to get my company wind request right now. The E145, it's a small little airplane, but Shattermag, I've got to tell you, because it's got one passenger on the left and two on the right, I love getting the seat on the left. Because I always travel alone and stuff. I really do like that. Shattermag's mom did reservation at Northwest back in the 70s. Well, people weren't probably as mean then. I don't think that they were as mean. Let's go to the load sheet. I'm going to set 0 fuel weight. I'm going to set fuel. There's fuel. Bear has got a wish list. There's something new, by the way, in the A350. You need to refresh the CG after you load the airplane. Gotta refresh that. Widget Warrior, I imagine there are. And are you serious? Every time that I've ever had to deal with, you know, customer service or something because of an airline problem, I've always found that if I'm just nice to them and realize, hey, they didn't do this, and they're gonna go and set us up, you know, set me up as best they can, and I always go out of my way to be nice to them. And you know, I've gotten some pretty nice rooms, you know, if I got bumped from a flight and stuff. So that, you know, it's really pretty easy to be nice about that. So Shattermag, I've got to imagine that E145, the jump seat, well, pretty much any jump seat, right? Any jump seat is going to be pretty rotten. Okay, let's do fuel and loading. So step number 1 is 0 fuel weight, 172.3. Click it, hit left control, 172.3 in the keyboard, and enter. Center of gravity is 30.1. So control 30.1. I'm gonna miss a little chat. Let me put my numbers in here real fast. Let's see. Block fuel should be 14.3, and it is. 14.3 is block fuel. And
New
passengers
detected.
are 311.
Stay sharp.
So 311 crazy people back there. Soft Internet did a follow, and Buckeye is on a 305 Stream Street. Thanks, Buckeye, for being 305. Wow. I'm sorry I missed that one, but thank you so much. Pratt PT, I hope I remembered to hydrate. 10 years living the dream. The A320 seat is actually one of the better ones. There's 2 of them up there unless you're in Spirit, and you have legroom too. Really? A jump seat that's actually comfy? That's amazing. Gunslinger 2024, they just let as the A321 and the Neo. Oh yeah, the A321 Neo. I think I said that right, Gunslinger? Jazz Hands is here and says the 737 jump seat is insane. It should be jail time for whoever designed that thing. It doesn't look very good, does it? It really doesn't look good at all. Nav accuracy is upgraded. GPS primary is set. Let's do taxi. Let's do weights. And we're going to get that on the OFP, Operational Flight Plan. And we're going to do taxi fuel, which is 0.374. There's taxi fuel. 15 minutes of fuel is 1.44. Alternate fuel is 3.07. And final reserve is 2.37. And everything is in. Shattermag says there's 3 to 4 jump seats in the 767 freighter, and they have plenty of room too. So Shattermag, the extra jump seats, 3 to 4 jump seats, that's so that people can, deadhead and stuff like that, right? They can other members of the staff can catch a ride. Shuttermag had to ride in the 737 jump seat in Continental Airlines as a red eye. It was not a good experience. I think for jump seats like that come with, that are painful like that, they should come with a free bag of Tylenol or something. I don't know. That just sounds really uncomfortable. Okay, numbers are good. Let's do takeoff performance and get out of here. Oh, we also, with the APU up, you can turn off external power 1. Takeoff performance. Sync with the flight management computer. Sync with the weather. Weather, so it's dry, anti-ice is off. Altimeter is 1016. And 1016. Oh, yeah, that's right. Mechanics, loadmaster, FAA, relief officers, whoever needs a lift has access. And we also should do 1016 on the backup altimeter. There we go. That looks good too. We're going to flex and compute. 143, 145, 149. Send it to the FMS. That looks good. Confirm the speeds. And that looks good too. Let's see. We did not get a squawk code in this part of the world. And, I think we actually do use CTAF here. MDSD. Yeah, we do use CTAF here. It's 118.1. 118.1. Make that active. 122.8 is next. Come up here. Let's go to surveillance. Let's squawk 0007. And that looks good too. Let's come over here. Altimeter 1016, few clouds, also some thunderstorms in the neighborhood. Checklist, let's do cockpit preparations and get ready to leave. Gear pins and covers, those are aboard. Our fuel quantity is verified at 14.3. Seat belts going on. Seat belts are going on, and we're going to also ask them to put away their laptops and everything else. Barrel reference is set and confirmed on both sides, and that checklist is complete. All of this is good. Let's go back over to ground. I'm going to release the jetway. We're going to close our cargo doors. And there goes our jetway. There goes the big cargo doors. Jazz Hands had a dispatcher sit in on a flight in the A321, exclaiming how much better the jump seat was compared to the Max. It's an Airbus, duh. The Boeing engine doesn't have a single clue. Oh, the engineer's about making a seat that a human can sit in? P.S. Morandi, the best thing that you could really do, is just use the default. The default's going to be just fine. External power can go off. APU now has us. And let's go ahead and turn on our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps going on. And that all looks good. Let's do climb and maintain. Oh, let's just go ahead and go up to our altitude. There's no ATC here. What do we say? Flight level 390 on today's flight. OFP.
Subscriber
Yep,
confirmed.
flight level 390.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Ryan.
Loyalty noted.
83 Bravo is back. Hey, Ryan. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. So far, a good week. Ryan, thank you for being here. Ryan has been a subscriber for the past 56 months. Thank you so much for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan, Ryan. Thanks for always coming in and saying hi. Happy weekend to you. And I hope all is well in the world on your flight. Okay, that looks really good. All of those numbers are looking good. Checklist. Before start checks. Parking brake is on. Takeoff speeds and thrust are aboard. Slides are not armed. But let's go get rid of the GPU. Arm slides for departure. They're all green. Parking brake is on. Chocks can go away. We're done with that page. Terminal charts. We're good to go here. We are at gate. I think we're at gate. It says Papa 11 there. Your shins become one with the pedestal in the jump seat for the E145. I thought that on that airplane, if you were in the jump seat, you were required to tuck your legs up underneath your chin. Papa 11 is our gate. And you have to wrap your arms around your legs to keep them from, flopping forward and stuff. Putting them under your chin like that would be more comfortable. Let's see. My tech review, still looking at the airport from high up. You mean your sim hasn't loaded in yet, my tech review? So it did take a good 10 minutes if you just updated your airplane for the WASM files to do whatever the WASM files do. So it could be that that's the reason behind that. Constraints in airports can go on. That looks good. And slides are armed. We have not done the beacon yet. I think everything is good over here. Let's make sure the ground is clear. Ground is clear. Doors are closed. So that looks great. The radio should be on 118.1. Let's go ahead and turn on the transponder. And we need to hook up our pushback truck. Is the little white... my tech review, is the little white circle in the lower right-hand corner of the screen still spinning? That's usually the best way to tell. That's usually the best way to tell. Las Americas traffic, there is a Delta A350 at stand Papa 11. We're going to push straight back and get started. We'll be behind the American 777. We'll get out of your way as quick as we can. Beacon can go on. Beacon is on. And the nose wheel disconnect memo is groovy too. Checklist is complete. We are squawking. Let's go. Parking brakes off. And out we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your
Your controllers are a mess? Let's see. Jazzhead said that EASA actually is far more strict than the FAA. Like no passengers allowed in once the main door is closed and the flight deck door is locked and secured. Yeah, there are some airlines that if you call up ahead, you could still get a... I think some airlines in Europe will still let some people jump seat, mirror people. After 9/11, I stopped visiting the cockpit and asking to do that. I need to add Volanta. Thank you, dogs. And stop. And parking brakes. And release the tug. Good start over there. I think, how does it look here? Available. Let's start another engine. Engine number 2 starts. And engine number 2 is coming up. Yeah, understand that, it's okay to do that. It's just, it's become so kind of tense and stuff in airplanes and stuff. I like to get to my seat, sit there, pay attention during the pre-flight, safety briefing, and then kind of look out the window and stay out of the way. Ryan, it's actually, there's been an update since the cross the pond. So we're flying the update right now, and I'm not complaining. It's pretty good, it seems, at the moment. Okay, we're going to go to runway 17, so we'll taxi out via Chuckles Alpha to runway 17. You should ask Ian about it. Engine number 2 is coming on up. And it's available. Starter goes back to normal. We're done with the APU bleed. And we're actually done with the APU. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are going to be armed. Auto brakes are going to be set. Auto brakes are set. Control checks. Oh, we need to come over here and do nose wheel disconnect, pedal disconnect, and elevators, ailerons, rudder pedals, all looks right with the world. And cabin call. Cabin is good. Cabin and takeoff config, but you've got to wait until the cabin is done. So let's do nose light, and we're going to get out of the way of American over there. Landy, I've been working with my control sensitivities too. I feel like my controls are too sensitive for this airplane, and I need to turn them down. Jazzheads is catching up. Absolutely had access to landing data. Every main operator uses a program like that, and majors even reward pilots based on their landing performance analytics. Well, good thing I never got a job, because I'd never get any of those rewards. They'd basically say, oh, he's a menace. He's one of the problem pilots. Polyot is in chat. Welcome aboard. We had a very nice Greek island hop. We've got the A350 going right now, going to Princess Juliana Airport. flying low over the beach. Because, you know, that's what they like. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Let's see. Chattermag says they have the FOQA. And the thing is, about the airlines is there is absolute, the only people that have more acronyms than an airline is NASA. Greetings, DMK. Welcome, welcome. I'm sure that there is an acronym procedure for pressing the little button in the Blue Juice Saloon. My tech review, so your airplane won't work at all. Really? Let's see. DMK6 is here. Welcome on in. Jesus Saves is flying into VA today with somebody who's 20 minutes ahead. 20 minutes? Oh, yeah.
Traffic for American 777. Gonna go ahead and push back out of Lima 7. Making forward.
Okay, everything's pretty good here. Cabin signs are good. Flight Operations Quality Assurance. It monitors performance of aircraft across the fleet, like stabilized approaches. We get quarterly newsletters from the departments on how we're doing as a whole and what the focus needs to be. That actually sounds like kind of a good thing to have there, Shattermag. Yeah, that would be good overall, I think. Dad Game Time reminding us to all say Happy Mother's Day today. That's right. Good to see you. Thank you for telling us to do that, Dad Game Time. And takeoff config check. So hold it down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And looks good. Let's go down here. I think we're almost ready to go. Las Americas Airport, there is a Delta A350. We're going to line up and take off on runway 17, Las Americas. Actually, it's going to be flex. Actually, we're going to flex on this one. So, checklist. Didn't do the after start. Anti-ice. We did flight controls, ground clearance. We just BS'd our way through that one. That's good. And checklist, line up. Cabin is secure. Takeoff runway has been verified. Packs are going to be on. Checklist is complete. Uh-oh. Not paying attention. Shatterbag, flex just like that. Good, we didn't end up in the grass. Didn't end up in the grass. I need to hydrate. Thanks, Dad Game Time. Okay, we called that we're going on the runway, so strobe's going on. Final cabin call, seats for takeoff. I don't see anybody on approach. I'm going to go ahead and turn on Terra. We're going to look above for our departure and over to performance. 145 is rotate. Jesus Saves also says to do posture check. I guess we could do that.
You guys up for a toga party? Toga! Toga!
We're going to get those sounds going in a little bit. Okay, we're going a little slow, airplane. Come on. Don't be so tedious about it. We must be going up a little bit of a hill here. Cool thing about this airplane is it sets its own trim. But you really should verify your trim. And it's verified set. Landing lights. Are we ready to go? So throttle's up about halfway. Engines are stable. Manual flex. SRS and runway are set. Auto thrust is blue. We're on the roll. Definitely punch it chewy time. 100 knots, steering with rudder pedals. That American Airlines just pushed back.
V1.
Hands off the throttles, we're flying and rotate. Positive climb gear. And flaps going up. Speed brakes disarmed. Lever climb, thrust climb. AP going on. My tech review departed from this airport from across the land. I already had the scenery, so my guess is we all did something at this airport recently. Probably a couple of weeks, Bear. So right now, this week is a very important week. Polyot has got very important tests to take for career stuff. And so it's probably, like I said, going to be just a few weeks and all. Because, you know, got to get the test done first. And then, you know, between now and then, we can do all sorts of powdered wig jokes if we want to. And everything's good to go there. And for the past 5 weeks, the tests have been just a written test. This week, there's going to be 2 written tests and an oral examination. So that's going to be, it's going to be a big week. So sending all sorts of positive vibes for straight A's. Los Americas traffic, the Delta A350 is clear of runway 17, departing to the west over to Unicom. Happy landing, Santo Domingo. And 122.8. And we don't have an after takeoff checklist. I guess I forgot my taxi checklist. Well, that checklist is complete. Forgot to do the taxi checklist. Shh, don't tell anybody. Actually, my feeling is probably these days, this airplane, if you forget to do a checklist like that, probably there'll be a report. Let's see, my tech review. I departed from the north. Slant Alpha was 2 minutes before you from here. Really? This airplane is following the SID out perfectly. It looks like they may have fixed the en route charts on this. So 8,000 feet. I'm going to do landing lights, nose light. And then another climb after SD 453. I'm going to go back over to the ATC comms menu here. Won't be the last time. Airline and travel payments in Dublin. You sure that's not a secret code for, heading over to Dublin and Art's Place to verify the quality of Mr. Guinness's work? Yes, we've got to go over to Dublin for the Airline and Travel Payments Conference. Very, very important. Yeah, I'll see you over at Art's Place. Kidding. I'm sure it's a very important thing, but that would be a great code word for something like that. Because it is very, very important to regularly go across the Irish Sea and go to Art's Place to make sure that the quality of the beverages coming out of Art's Tavern is always at the top. It's a matter of national pride. 10,000 feet, cabin call. And we'll let them use their laptops. Turn that off. And so now all we have is seatbelts and no smoking. But IAG are attending to discuss a change of payment providers, so I'm being dragged along to read over a few compliance pieces. At the same time, you get to have a meeting with Ryanair. Oh, I don't know about that. I would insist on all meetings with Ryanair to be held at their headquarters so you could enjoy the slide and the 737 simulator. That should be a part of your compensation package. Is the slide and the simulator. It's called the S squared simulation package. Slides and sims at Ryanair. And if you don't know what that is, they have a slide in their corporate headquarters from the top floor to the bottom floor, and a 737 simulator that apparently, with certain friends at Ryanair, even mere mortals can try. I'm going to airside green. And out we go. I think that this was a really good update. I think that this was a good update for sure. Oh, that's their head office. Oh, okay. That's what it means. I thought that maybe that was like airside green was like the name of a special meeting area at Dublin Airport or something. You know, that's what they called it. Airside green or something. Crafty Scotsman, thank you for a really nice resub today. Crafty Scotsman's been here for 23 months. Crafty Scotsman, thanks for a nice resub. Thanks for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for sticking with me and helping me to keep the lights on. Welcome on in. And a super duper happy Sunday to you. Gonna have to keep an eye on the weather today. National Weather Service says we have a chance of severe thunderstorms here at SPY HQ. So I'm just gonna make sure that none of them go over the top of SPY HQ. If that's the case, I might take a 10 to 15 minute break if it's coming my way, just because I'd hate to have a lightning hit. I generally don't get a charge out of those. I think most of those are to the south of us right now. Well, actually, we do actually have something going on out there. So that's, there is a little bit going on. I don't hear anything. Well, those don't look severe. There's no box around it, so if it was severe, they would have called it with a red box around there. So I think it's, let's just keep flying. Okay, airside green is Ryanair, waterside is British Airways, Hangar 89 is EasyJet. Oh, that's a great name. The nickname is Carrot. Oh, I thought it was Deep Freeze, because you said that big hangar in their corporate headquarters is really, really cold. Patrick is doing MSY to Miami today. Welcome in. Let's see. Brandon has made a weather radar app, and it works with reed trimmer. I should check it out and be a beta tester. How do you like your radar app? I'll bet that was kind of fun to make. I'll bet that was a good time. So airside green is Ryanair, waterside is British Airways, and Hangar 89 is EasyJet. Those are kind of cool names. Oh, the Storm
detected.
Chaser.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
Twitch
sharp.
Wifey D Sinatra. What a great name. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in, Twitch Wifey Dre Sinatra. Did I get all those right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Waterwell's given up on 2024 for the night. You can't get the community folders and Phoenix to talk to each other. I'm not sure what the answer is going to be on that one. That was actually one of the easiest things in the world. The only thing I could think of is you did try and you
New
did point to the
recruit
right
detected.
ones
Welcome
over
aboard,
in
Agent.
the app,
Stay
right?
sharp.
The one in the you pointed to the right folders in the app, right? Lisa Listia, did I say your name right? Thanks for the follow, Lisa Listia. Welcome aboard. We are on our way to Princess Juliana Airport, also known as St. Martin, in a Delta A350. Don't
New
worry, we
recruit
did not go
detected.
hunting CRJs.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
We're being
Stay
very
sharp.
good about that. Rage Ray also is a follower now. Rage Ray, thank you for your follow too. Let's make the map go out a little bit bigger. And we are doing pretty good. Going up to flight level 390, got 99 miles to go there. We are 384 miles out of Juliana. We should be landing at 2227 Zulu. El Claco says it's 2134. So we should be we got about 45, 50 minutes of just kind of cruising along here. Our first class cabin looks pretty nice. Waterwell, it's to do with the marketplace community settings and the Phoenix livery settings. Okay, Waterwell, the Phoenix livery settings, that might be... Okay, you got it from the marketplace, but did you also get the Phoenix livery app? You may need to change... You may need to also change a location in there too. I don't know. Seatbelts. There's the seatbelt sign. We're just going to go to off now. And if we look up here, no smoking is on, seatbelts are off, we're good. We are about 30 miles behind traffic ahead, so there's going to be no problem there. And that looks good too. This should be a fairly chill out flight. Our next flight is going to be a VATSIM. I believe it's a controller test that's going into Jacksonville Center. And somebody's getting a pretty good rating, I think, today. So we're going to do Atlanta to Orlando. Remember, tomorrow we're departing an hour early, so we can do vectors to Copenhagen. We're departing out of Oslo tomorrow. You think it's the livery app, and you're confusing the community folders. It may also think perhaps, maybe, is it pointed to your Flight Sim 2020 and not your 2024, that may be it too. Atlanta says Dog says Atlanta is departing 8 right and 9 left. 08 right, 09 left. Thanks, Dogs. We need to know that one because we are going to need to choose the right runway for departure there. And it sounds like they're doing well, they always do intersection departures in Atlanta. We're taking the 777 on that one, which got updated yesterday too. Coming up on Puerto Rico, then we get to go over the British Virgin Islands. No ATC here. Coming into Juliana. Somebody's going to St. Croix. Let's see what's going on over here. So we're going to be flying in this part of the world next. It's going to be Atlanta down to Orlando. So right now they've got tower and approach departure is up. And there'll be ATC all over Florida by the time we get there. Here's the thing about good old Atlanta. The thing about SimBrief, and every time, lately, maybe they fixed it, but SimBrief always gives me the wrong runway. So Atlanta's got this kinky little departure plan. So right now we know that they're using the, 8 right and 9 left, but which one do you choose? It depends on your departure. So either it's a north, east, south, or west departure. So we're probably going to get Smoltz or Varsity. Usually it's Smoltz. So that makes it a south departure, depending upon what we get, which means you would use 9 left. SimBrief, in its wisdom, doesn't seem to figure that out, and it will give you the wrong runway. So it really is helpful if you'll go change your flight plan. So when we get to cruise, we'll start working on that. SimBrief has no real logic in the runway generation. It uses a mix of wind data, best guess, and what people commonly choose. Well, I mean, they could also have an electronic coin tosser or something like that too. Passing 25,000 feet. J-Dubs, welcome on in. Good to see you. Flights are going good today. No problems here. I think those were just basic garden variety storms. We don't have to worry about a zap today, I don't think. Don't think we're gonna have the computer's gonna get zapped today. I hope. Famous last words. Let's see. Fuel for landing is 7.3 tons. The flight plan says we should panic at 5.4. I boarded a little bit of extra, so we're good to go there. So I don't think we're going to run out of fuel today. And everything else is good. There's our top of climb over there. So here we are coming up on Puerto Rico here. Yeah, it's a big old airplane. It's got big old powerful engines, but one of the things I've noticed, Brandon, is this thing does not climb like a rocket. So, if we're sitting here and we're all happy with, the 737 600 or the A319, holy moly, it's going to climb like a rocket. These bigger planes don't climb that well. Fedingo 13, welcome into chat from YouTube. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I'm also in a D-rated climb. Apocalypse, please, yeah. So if I would take myself out of a D-rated climb and it says so right up there, decline, then we would probably go a little bit faster. But I care about not, wasting fuel and making too much noise and, not, spewing all that fuel. So I'm being good with my climb. Can you see my little halo here? Is it blinding the camera a little bit too much? Thanks, Apocalypse, please, for reminding us that we're in D-rated climb. Landy says the airplane climbs like a rocket on a short flight. That's right, we care about our virtual fuel that we're not paying for. Polyot says that's another good reason. So using the D-rated climb is less wear and tear on the engine because they are expensive. It is a sim for a reason. And another reason we like it's the sim is because we don't have to go through security and take off our shoes and dump out our water or our, $8 cup of coffee. That's why I always wait to get my coffee on the other side of security, so you never have to dump it out. Polyot says that most engines are leased on separate contracts from the airframe. The contracts for engine leases are more complex than the leases for the airplane. Really? Probably because there's as many moving parts in an engine as perhaps, half the airplane or maybe even more. I mean, engines these days really are complex things. There's a lot in those things. So the engines are leased, the airplane gets leased, and the engines are leased. That's right. Yeah, see, Old Slow reminds us that after security, the coffee jumps from $8 to $15. Because, the coffee had to go through security too and take its shoes off. So there you go. I do have a discontinuity up here. I'm going to delete it. It should be good. And insert. I'm going to go and delete. I'm going to go and delete one of these. So delete Gouda and delete PJM. That's actually the VOR over the airport. So let's delete this one and delete PJM and delete the discontinuity, and we should have a perfect flight plan. Insert. Perfect. Glad we checked that. Polyet says that Atlas system has brain pain. Many, many years ago, I got a tour of the Rolls-Royce facility where they can monitor in real time any engine that is in operation. They can see what's happening with the engine during flight and are able to provide real-time information to airlines. That is absolutely pretty amazing. So they could see if some kid walks by the engine and throws a banana peel in it. Coffee doesn't wear shoes. Yeah, but where do you think that they get old socks to run the coffee through? That's what we called the coffee filters at one of the places that I used to work. The coffee was so bad there. We all brought our own coffee anyway, but the coffee at that place was so awful. It was sort of like old gym sock coffee. Because it was really pretty icky. The only person that I think drank it was the station manager. He liked it, but he was a little, crazy anyway. Boarding to Gate is in chat. Hi, Boarding to Gate. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome. I think we get to sit back and chill. And just look out the window and enjoy. Let's see, we may need to check for a CTAF frequency where we're going. .CTAF TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport, 118.7 is frequency for landing. So 118.7, and that's all ready to go. See, the weather happened at 2000 Zulu. There should be another weather. Let's do an update of Juliana weather. Because it's 2147. I should have waited about 10 minutes. We should at least get a 20. This is 2139. That's pretty good. Winds are 080 at 12, gusting to 22. Visibility's not so bad. Few clouds at 1,600, 29 degrees. The altimeter is 1017, and there are thunderstorms in the area. Let's see. No auto land zone is flying and streaming a 777 from Paris to Japan. How long is that flight going to be? No auto land zone. That's going to be a long one. Buenas noches, Tim J. Thank you for coming in today. Many times it's not so much the coffee, but the coffee maker. JSG Droid has seen some particularly disgusting office coffee makers. Yeah. So when I got to the station here in this town that I live in right now, when I first got in there and, you know, looking around and all that, I went to, you know, hey, there's the kitchen, there's the station coffee maker. And you know how, you know, with typical company coffee makers, there's the little, you know, you put a filter in, you tear open a pre-measured bag, drop that in and slide it in there and, you know, it dumps hot water on it and it, you know, drip coffee. Well, with drip coffee makers like that, people don't realize that you need to clean the top, you know, where the water comes out and stuff, because stuff kind of like collects up there. I don't think anybody cleaned that out in 10 years. I'm not kidding. There was so much crap underneath there. And it's like, oh my gosh. So the first thing that I did was, it's coffee grounds mostly, Arthur. It was mostly coffee, you know, stuck up there because it splashed up there and stayed there. So that was like the first thing that I did. I've been gone from there for about 7 years. My guess is nobody probably cleaned it up afterwards. But yeah, inside the calcification is probably a big deal too. No auto land zone is on a flight for 15 hours today. Boarding to gate, CBs in the vicinity. Yeah, we probably got some thunderstorms in the area. Premium coffee makers now come with an FDA hazard. The what? Caution, beverage will be hot coming out of it. I mean, you know, like what's on the side of our McDonald's cups. Arthur, you always had water issues with your drip systems, most of the water pipes. The water here is not that bad. I mean, there are some places that I've lived where the water's been really, really crappy and you'd have that calcification and stuff like that. We really don't have that here. Our water in this part of the world is really pretty good. It's actually kind of tasty. So that's not a huge deal. It's not a, you know, not terrible, but yeah. Is it not like that in Europe? Boarding to gate? Well, my guess is you've got older water pipes and stuff. Plus, I live pretty close to the, well, not really close to the Continental Divide, but from a water standpoint, we're really close to the Continental Divide, where there's a ton of snowmelt and stuff. So it's pretty good. Your water is potable, but that's about it. You buy 4 or 5 gallon jugs every 2 weeks. Yeah, I had to do that when I lived on the sailboat. I had to buy water on that one because, of course, you had to bring all your own water aboard. Yeah, the limestone and stuff like that. Okay, we're looking pretty good. Almost to top of climb. Then all of a sudden we get set for top of descent. Old slow. You got plenty of water there. And here is our final climb. Coming on up there. There's flight level 390. Hey, we're at Mach 0.83. Do we have a decent ground speed? Wow, look at this. 532 knots over the ground. Definitely don't have the jet stream in our face on this flight. And there's our top of descent hockey stick. So we'd probably better go and get this done. Let's go to performance. Let's go to approach. And we should, there's climb, so approach. Okay, so wind right now at Juliana is 080 degrees. It's 12 knots. The outside air temperature is 29 degrees. Altimeter is 1017. And the baro for our arrival, minimums on the RNAV for runway 10 is 700 feet. What I love about an Airbus, you just type the number in. Control 700. So VAP is going to be 132 knots. That's good news. It's a short runway. Destination data is good. And we're ready. Coming on in here, it's going to be 2,600 at Avaki. Gouda, why don't we make it 5,000? No ATC in the area, so let's go ahead and bring this down to 5,000 feet. That looks good. Top of descent is coming up here. 30 miles on this airplane. I'm usually hitting my top of descent now about 15 miles early, sometimes 20. Maybe I'll do it 20 this time because we've got almost a tailwind here and it's going to push us along. Dogs, are you already in Atlanta? So you're going to fly with us down to Orlando. When you get to Orlando, are you going to go to Disney or Hogwarts? Blue Rat, welcome aboard. It's been very good, Blue Rat. I don't know if you know, but they did an update on this airplane yesterday, and it's really pretty good. Tim J says the water in Switzerland is pretty good, although it gets hard in some places with limestone. No kidding. I figured, especially in the mountains, it would be really good. I think it would be really good. Maybe that's in the towns though. Geneva, Zurich, that sort of deal. Polyat, let's do both. Yeah. Disney and Universal. I've got to start calling it Universal and not just Hogwarts. The water is even harder at your grandma's place in the mountains because I figured there it would be all snowmelt. 18 miles. I think it's time. So somebody call Deep 13. TV's Frank. Press the button. And descend. Princess Juliana, here we go. There's so many great there's other areas just beyond Harry Potter, really, at Universal. Okay, everything's good there. Excuse me. Allergies. That was gross. What kind of PC is good for VATSIM? You mean to be a controller, average Canadian? Probably not as beefy as you need for the flight simulator. Dog says it's rainy and foggy, what, in Atlanta? Okay. Atlas says that there's a Star Trek attraction at one of the Universal parks. Well, damn it, Jim. Sorry, it's the only Star Trek thing I can come up with at the moment. There's also the Dark Universe Monsters, Harry Potter and the Ministry of Magic, and Mario and How to Train Your Dragon. To which point they've got Stevie Nicks that does a concert every night to sing Stop Dragging Your Heart Around. Sorry. They just sort of happen here. Okay, I'll stop. That one was amusing. What type of name or PC am I using right now? Average Canadian. I am using something from a company called Digital Storm, and it was their Apollo system. And that was, I'm not that great at building my own computers. So when I decided that I wanted to get back into simming and be a live streamer 7-8 years ago, is when I, well, it was actually, I'd started streaming and flying the sim on a MacBook Pro. I melted part of the MacBook Pro to the point that, you know, the little track thing, that doesn't work anymore because I melted something because I was doing the whole thing in a MacBook Pro. I'm surprised it still works, but it still does, which is good. That's email and business stuff. But that's when I decided I'm going to need a beefier system, and so I purchased what I have now, Stormy, and from Digital Storm. And it has been such a great computer that if I decided, if all of a sudden, you know, money started raining down from the heavens or something like that, it was time to get a new computer, I would go right back to them. And I'm not sponsored by them or anything. They treated me so good and just built a phenomenal system. Alex, welcome back. Thank you for coming in today. It was today years old when I learned that in the PMDG planes, the knobs turn faster when holding the shift when you use your mouse. Yes, I think that's true. And you want to know what, Alex? I forget that all the time. Scott Vars, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. But yeah, I knew that and I forget that all the time. Hydration time. Hydration is good. We'll have a bunch of ATC, I think, for our next flight. I wonder if brake to vacate would work. Shall we try brake to vacate? So let's go to 10 and plan and brake to vacate. Go to Zoom. There's no vacate point here, so we can't do brake to vacate. Okay. Man, why is it whenever I have time to set up BTV, whenever I have time to set it up, yep, no BTV points there. Okay, well, fine. I didn't want to do a stupid break to vacate anyway. See if I care. Back to ARC, back to 40 miles. If you don't know what break to vacate is, that's a cool new thing in this airplane. And what you do is you can look at your map at the airport. And when you look at your airport map, you can say, okay, I'm coming in on runway 10 and I want to brake to vacate at this little area here. So obviously we don't have it here, but you can tell the airplane, I want to be able to exit the runway at this point, and this will do a custom braking setup for you, which is pretty amazing. The problem that I have with that is I never have enough time to set it up. Let's see. Oh yeah, community. So yeah, average Canadian. For me, it was a little bit too complex. So that's why it is that I turned to an expert, and they did it. And I checked with like three gaming computer companies, and one of them ignored me. The other one sent me a canned email reply that sent me to their website. And the third one sent me a personalized email with 3 options, answered my questions, and they were just great. So if you're looking, the customer support there has been awesome. Even today, if I had a problem, I could call them, 7 years later, and they would be great. I think that the A380 has it too, Alex. I'm not sure. When did I get this? About 7 years ago. Maybe 6. Maybe 6 years ago. I'm a little bit high and a little bit fast. Let's get some speed brakes out, kids. High and fast, the story of the spy flight. Speed brakes are out. Landy. Okay, that's for somebody else. At Gouda, we want to be at 2,600. So I'm going to go ahead and change my descent altitude to 2,600 there. Well above. Alex flies a Lufthansa A350 from Hamburg to München and back in June again. Oh, really? So Hamburg to Munich, they'll fly A350s on that route? I figured they would probably just use an A320 or an A321. They're taking a really big plane like this? Oh, it's for training crews and pilots. Oh, okay. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go on. And cabin call. And we've caught up with our descent path, so speed brakes away. Let's come on over here and we'll just go. Auto brakes are good. Speed brakes are armed. And all that looks good too. Okay, looks like we're kind of getting in a little close, but we'll let the airplane do its thing. How long till landing? Dogs? Let's see. The current time, it's 22:03. The autopilot says we're going to land at 22:29. We see if that's the way it turns out, right? We'll see if that actually works that way. And we're doing good so far. Nothing to worry about out there. I guess there's an awful lot of water out there. We're not actually in Florida, but you never know. If there's water and palm trees, there could be alligators. There could be gators coming in. Hey, Tim Dog, welcome aboard. Welcome on in. Tim Dog, next flight is Atlanta to Orlando on VATSIM. We're going into a VATSIM test thing. So it's going to be a VATSIM test. I think it's for a controller in Jack Center. Okay, altimeter around here, transition is 6.5, 6,500. I'm gonna go and just do one more update here. So right now we're at 2139. Let's see if there's a new one. $21.39. That's going to be our current one. Menifee, it starts at 7 p.m., so we're a little early for that. Uh-oh. That's not good. Alex is doing a Leipzig flight tonight. Foxtrot arrives, here to say hello and having extra tissue. You might skip school tomorrow, really? Allergies and cold or something like that, Foxtrot? Bring the map in a click. 7 p.m. Florida time. That's going to be 2300 Zulu. It's 2207. So we're taking the 777. That's going to take time to set up. I've still got about 20 minutes of flying here. I think we might actually make it, Manafee. We might actually make it to that. We're still gonna do Atlanta to Orlando. So hopefully we can be in there. And so far, so good. Juliana traffic, there is a Delta A350. We are about 20 miles from Gouda. So except for cheese jokes, we're going to go on over to CTAF for Juliana 1187. Happy landings. I may have just crashed my WASM stuff here. I may have just blown up all of this. Well, maybe not. Can I clear it over here, maybe? There we go. I fixed it. Okay, I was able to fix it. It used to be that would just totally crash and burn at that point. That was really nice. Okay, so 118.7. 0.7 is good. We're over on CTAF. A little bit early for that, but that's okay. When you all say Nippon like an all ANA, you should do it without the lip rounding, because that doesn't exist in the Japanese language. Okay. You had an active box you were typing in. That's why. You could just press enter to get it past it, and that will make all the other interactions disabled. That's why there was a problem. So I don't think I did enter. I think I did escape. Maybe that's what I did, or enter over here, but at least it cleared it because I had the alternate set up. So I must have inadvertently clicked in there. So that is really good news. Let's see. XLT 588 is with us and needs a good Southwest op. A good Southwest operation. So if you know a good Southwest flight for XLT 588, this big thing here, this is actually a thing to rest your hand on. You put your hand on this and you've got a button over here and a button here, and you see that little dial there? And if you look on the back side of it, you have a trackball. That is sort of like a trackball mousy thing that you get to use. And that's what that is. So that's what that is. That's your trackball and mouse. And if that's not enough, you also, if you come in here, and you know the little dinner tray here. Now, if you look down here and we lift this up over here, you got a keyboard hidden under there. So there's a keyboard that you could type on. You just got to make sure that you don't spill your soup or anything like that on that, which is kind of cool. Dogs is doing Phoenix to Denver. Oh, those are ideas. Manaphy Games, Dallas to MCO, Phoenix to Denver. There's a couple of good Southwest flights. Tim Dog did, Tim Dog did those real world flights today, IRL with Southwest. And got a really cool picture over Memphis. And we're at Gouda. That's right, not today, it was last week. All right, let's look over here. And Atlanta Center is starting to get active. Okay, we're all coming in here. Looks like I'm number one for the runway. So we're just gonna come in here and pretend that we can do our thing. Flaps 1. Speed brakes, armed, auto brakes, set. All that looks good. Let's do some checklists. Otherwise, the airplane's gonna yell at us. So checklist menu and approach. Baro ref is gonna be set at 6,000 feet. Minimums are set, runway is dry, auto brakes are set, and checklist is complete. I think we're going a little fast. J-Dubs did midway to San Francisco on Southwest. Was that a real flight, J-Dubs? I'll bet that was a long one. And time to go, and we're going a little fast, so speed down to 210. Dad Game Time likes the KSGF scenery. Juliana traffic, there is a Delta A350. We are 26 miles west of the airport, setting up for the RNAV, runway 10, Juliana. I'm going to activate my approach mode since I've taken control of the speed, and that's looking good. And those can go off. So there's 210. Altimeters.
On the traffic, American 1229, we're a
and we are on comms. Altimeter is 1017. 1017. 1017 for the first officer. And I'm going to set the backup and be a good pilot there too. Altimeters are checked and set. And checklist. So approach checklist is clear. I'm going to do landing lights. Put away your laptops and stuff. Cabin call. Flight attendant seats for landing. Looking for an airport. I got an island. I don't have an airport. Got an island. I think it depends, Foxtrot, on what you like, what's best for you. What's best on your computer and your internet and all, whether it's better on YouTube or Twitch. Okay, all this is looking pretty good. Landing checklist. Everything's set up there. So gears, spoilers, speed brakes are set. Flaps and gear. 15 miles. I'm going to keep my speed to 210 until about 12. Everything else is looking good. The ECAM checklist is green. We just have to do a few other things here. A little early, but we got time to do the landing gear. Dark Caden is already on Twitch. And Polyot says there's a better bit rate on YouTube. Gears down, 3 green. I'm going to let the airplane continue to 1,700. Manifee's going to do MCO to ORD. Oh, you gonna go to Oshkosh? That'll be a fun trip, Manaphy. Okay, everything's good to go up there. I've got the airport, I've got the runway. There's 10 miles. Let's do 180. Get a little more flap out there. Juliana traffic, Delta 441's an A350. We are 12-mile finals for runway 10. Landing, Juliana.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Live and direct from the big room at Caesar's Palace, it is the one and only Sim Caesar with Scotty the Hottie and Monster and Peter Mooney, who was last seen flying a Cessna. Hi, Makers Dave. Welcome aboard. There's Sim Caesar. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. We have got our big old A350. And we're coming into Princess Juliana Airport. Barbecue beef just arrived. Hi, Tyler. Thanks for coming in with Sim Caesar. I hope Sim Caesar, all is right at Caesar's Palace. There's plenty of pizza, and nothing but butter on your runways. All right, posture check. Time to get ready to land a very big airplane. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, this is looking good. Looks like we're a little bit crabby here. A little bit off to the right, but that's not so bad. All right, are we ready to take control? AP is off. Time to panic. What could possibly go wrong? We should still get descent guidance. Maybe if we hit, if you hit approach, even though it's an RNAV approach, you'll still get descent guidance like it's an ILS. It's not going to be perfect. You can't ride a beam down or anything, but it's not bad. Five miles, managed speed for landing, flaps 3. And flaps are going out. Mostly I use on an RNAV, I'm just going to use final call landing. I'm going to use the descent guidance. So now we're going down a little fast. So I like to use the descent guidance for that. Flaps are full. ECAM checklist is green, waiting for the cabin to report secure.
100 above.
You know what? I'm lined up in the wrong area.
Minimum.
I got the runway. We're way over here, though. I'm a little bit off on that. I got totally faked out by those hotels.
New recruit detected.
I guess I
Welcome
probably
aboard,
should have
Agent.
noticed that there
Stay
wasn't a
sharp.
pappy light over there. Oh, we don't need to go around. The Foxtrot just followed. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we're going to salvage this landing because we're pro sim pilots here. There's a white light. And gentle turn to final.
400.
That looks like a runway. That looks like a runway.
300.
Winds are going to blow us over a bit. There's the SXM bar.
200.
Over the
100.
fence.
90, 80, 760, 50, 40,
You're on the traffic. American Delta
30.
9 on final, runway 10.
20,
Retard.
Delta
10,
50.
5.
Look who makes the turnaround. Look who makes the turnaround like a pro. Ah, let the unsportsmanlike celebration begin. Landing lights.
Traffic with us 31 with a few holding, so not much. Yeah, traffic.
Tyler, this is a really nice airplane. Juliana traffic, the Delta A350 is now clear of runway 10. Happy landings, Princess Juliana Airport. And that looks good. APU is coming up. Strobes can go off. Let's go ahead and turn devices on. Let people use their phones. And why don't we come over here and we'll grab gate 2. Bear likes KLM. Drumma is here with some pizza. That one actually felt pretty good. We'll check the landing rate in just a second. It probably was a little hard. And I did go hunting for just a little bit of butter. And nose light goes off. We don't want to blind the ground crew. And my guess is they want your wheels parked on the concrete. That's probably pretty good. Well, maybe they'd have us go up another one. That's a nice parking place. Parking brakes are going on. Okay, did we get the APU up and running? Sure did. APU bleed can go on. And we got our big engines. Let's go engine number 1 and engine number 2. And there goes our engines, looking nice there. This is one of those airports where they modeled the inside of the terminal too, which is really kind of cool. Okay, come on down here to surveillance. Should have gone to standby on TCAS off the runway, but as you can see, we're pretty busy, so we're not able to do that very well. Beacon can go off. Up here, we do the fuel pumps in the opposite direction that you turn them on. We're done with the navigation stuff, so that can pop off as well too. APU is looking good there. Seatbelts can go off. Come on down here. Go to the ground tab. We need chocks, a ground power unit, toggle the jetway, open up the cargo, and everything's good. Oh, and look at this. It looks like it's going for the L2 door. So sometimes it will go for the correct door on this airplane. I used up all the butter on the runway. Let's see how bad it was. So over here, good old Volanta says... Volanta said, well, let's see. First of all, how did we do in terms of our landing? Minus 315, that's not so bad, but the best news is I was just a little bit beyond the two big bars there. So just a little bit beyond the two big bars. I'm going to say that's pretty good landing for Juliana. That was pretty good, especially since I was a little bit skewed here. I was lined up on a set of hotels and not the airport. So that was a good thing. So not really a butter landing, but just as good. And of course, Juliana is always a wonderful place to bring your airplane. You don't enjoy the way this hand flies after the latest update. So one of the things that I think, there's that American Airlines 777 that flew in with us. So there is something about this, and I think that it's a little bit too sensitive too. So I'm probably eventually going to want to change my sensitivities on this airplane a little bit. Want to change those just a bit if I possibly can, and that would be a good thing to do. But passengers are getting off the plane. Why don't we go ahead and start getting ready for our flight on VATSIM? Beautiful night here in Princess St. Maarten. Let's come on over here and get ready for Atlanta. Alex, that's actually the default scenery. That is the default. Sunjammer, off course. Who is the KLM? Was that your flight, Sunjammer? Were you with us here on VATSIM? Did I miss you? Tyler has already taken off. And SimConnect is having a bit of a hissy fit today. Okay, we need to turn off the autopilot controller here. So why is SimConnect? No, SimConnect's not being a problem. Okay, let's go ahead and start getting ready for our next flight. Let's see. Let's see what's happening in the exciting world of VATSIM first. Delta Flight 331 is still coming in too. Okay, so here in Atlanta, we know that their departures are still using 8 right and 9 left. Good. We don't know what's going on in Orlando. They don't have ADIS up, but we can check the real world here. Good night, Tim J. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. I think Sunjammer is going to call it a night too. Top of the evening to you, Sunjammer. I hope it was a great weekend at Jammerland. Orlando, arrivals. Arrivals are 17 left, 18 right. So I'm going to go with 18 right and 17 left. So we're going to expect 17 left, but we've also got to go and do the right runway. So let's go ahead and do our new flight. Why does the 737-700 MAX have a curve on the tail? I have no idea. I have no clue whatsoever. So we are going to take the 777 down to Orlando. KATL, KMCO. Let's go ahead and do a Boeing 777-200ER. That is going to be that right there. I'm going to take my Battleship Gray livery because everybody likes that. Now, let's see what we got here. So the departure runway that SimBrief gave us was 9 left. It also gave us the Smaltz departure like I was expecting. So over here on the Smaltz departure, Smaltz is a south departure. South is 9 left. Okay, so lately, every time I've made a big deal about it, SimBrief gets it right. Maybe it's learning. Maybe it's an AI thing and it's learning from us. I'm going to shift my arrival runway to runway 18 right since we're going into airside 3. Foxtrot, if you've got an idea for a flight that you'd like us to do into your hometown, absolutely. Are you on Discord? Could you put that over in flight suggestions? VATSIM, I don't think it's going to be too crowded tonight. I'm going to go with 15 minutes of extra fuel. Everything else is good. Let's generate a flight plan. While that's going on, let's go get our flight simulator. Okay, I'm going to go and I've got to close my old PDF file. Where is that? I didn't have it open. So let's generate the PDF. And I'm going to save that over to my desktop because you never know when you're going to need it. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. So SimBrief in its wisdom says flight level 370 on this flight. That's probably good. Smaltz, Wallet, Grinch arrival. That sounds normal. And our flight plan is now filed, and we are ready to go to Hotlanta. So this airplane's too big for the Tango concourse. So we're going to go over to the Echo, which is for bigger airplanes. The Foxtrot likes the 787. It is a pretty cool cockpit, isn't it? It really is a nice cockpit there. Let's see if I can actually do 3 good ones in a row. Let's change the title. There goes our title. Let's go and get the PDF and put that in there and see if I can make my flight plan available to you over in Twitch chat. I think we got it done, and I think I got them both right. Scary. All right, that looks good. That looks good. Looks like the Echo concourse is clear. We're just waiting for the simulator. And now we get to stretch a little bit. How's it looking outside? Do we have any thunderstorms bopping around? Nah, looks like it's moved on. I don't think there's any reason to panic about thunderstorms tonight. Just have to panic about what to make for dinner and what would be a nice beverage. I think we're just waiting for this right now. I've updated the title. I've updated the flight plan. I've got all of my... Oh, I know what I could do. I could go and copy the route. It's always good to have a copy of the route in the notes. Let's clean up our notes for this flight. So there's our Juliana flight. Don't know what our gate's going to be yet, so we need to clear that, and we need to bump this up so I don't talk about the wrong airports. Tomorrow, an hour early, remember, so we can catch vectors to Copenhagen. Oslo to Copenhagen this week. Oslo's a cool airport. I like that one. Helsinki's got a cool terminal, but Oslo's not a bad one either.
New recruits
The banner will be updated
Welcome
in
aboard,
just a
Agent.
second,
Stay
at Malt,
sharp.
but thank you for the reminder. Okay, that looks good. I have to wait till we're loaded in before I can do that. Tyler Dog, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Appreciate that. It's not a huge big deal, but you're slowly pushing me toward a big number in followers, and I appreciate that. That's really nice of you. Afras, you're new to VATSIM, EU-based. Are there big differences for EU flat? Oh, not that big of a difference. In the end, it's all kind of the same. Center, departure and approach, tower, ground, delivery, apron, ATIS. It's all the same. Now, the words are different. The procedures are definitely different, but eventually you catch on a little bit. So one of the things that I'll suggest is if you know that if you haven't flown like in Atlanta, listen in on one of these live streams or something like that to what we're doing. And I'm sure if you're flying in the EU right now, you're going to catch on to what we're saying and some of the different words we're using. But other than that, it's the same for, us Yanks going on over to the UK or the EU. And the best thing to do is just listen in a little bit, and you'll kind of pick up on what they're saying to the other pilots, and then you can jump right on in. I've been able to jump into a lot of the German VATSIM events and have really enjoyed those now that I'm starting to learn them. So that's a good way to do that. Okay, I think we're getting ready to go find ourselves an airplane. Let's see, parking brakes off. Throttles to Boeing mode and start. Let's go to free flight. And this time we're in our Boeing 777. It's the 200 ER. And there's our 200 ER. Let's go and configure it. I'm going to be flying Pratt & Whitney engines on this one, so we can do the Battleship Gray airplane. Let's go to livery, and there's our Battleship Gray airplane. And we'll give it a second to kind of think about it. What is the drawing? Structure drew like a tree on the engine. Extended range. ER extended range. So this is a Boeing 777-200 with extended range. So that means it can fly further than the original 777-200s. So it carries a little bit more fuel. They probably had to make a few other little minor changes here and there too to make it an ER as opposed to the basic one. Either that or there's a portable emergency room for sim pilots like me there. That was a joke. Okay, KATL, Hotlanta. While in Atlanta, be sure and check out Vortex Burgers. But be very careful if you order the Volcano Burger there. I'm not sponsored by them. I just hear they're really good in Atlanta. All right, anybody over in the Echo Gates? I don't see anybody in the Echo Gates. Let's go for Echo 10. Oh, that's Delta Echo 10. There we go. Set as a departure gate and fly. Foxtrot, you're going to call it a night. Thank you. We'll see you over on Discord. I am having to cut back a little bit on DMs, but we'll see you then. And, well, yet... yeah, I don't think that the 777X has been certified yet. Aunt Malt's right about that. Well, they've been having some troubles, haven't they? And we got some nice travel jazz for this flight, although the Greek music was fun. Shouldn't have to wait too long because we flew this yesterday after the update. Manifee says they got the crosswind landing certification. Well, it's doing all sorts of spinning here, but we're not doing much. At least it's still spinning. Let's see. How about a little more spy tea? That's right. If you think that it's been frozen or something, as long as the little wheel in the lower right-hand corner of the screen is spinning, that means it's loading or doing something. So that's a good deal. I guess it's now a good time to start closing some tabs. Oh my gosh, Dogs was right. The weather sucks today in Atlanta. Raining cats and dogs. Well, at least we don't have to take the airplane out to get it washed. That error accessing live traffic data, we don't use live traffic anyway, so that's just an annoyance, and it's a known bug, so there you go. And there is our big old United 777. And I think that walk around cam this is the normal height of a normal human being. So this is what it would look like if you're standing out on the ground looking up at a big old 777 like this. So that's pretty awesome. We'll go and hop in the cockpit here. And it's going to take a little more time. So it's still actually loading in some stuff. And after it clicks a little bit and all of a sudden your yoke will, see how it's kind of turned off to the side in the middle there? When it resets, then all of a sudden, there it is. Now it's all loaded. So our cockpit looks really cool. I'm just going to make sure my throttles are working. Reversers are working. Good. Speed brakes work. Yoke works. Rudder pedals are not going to work. So we're good to go there. Let's come over here and do ground operations. I'm going to request a ground power card. And I'm going to request a jetway connection. And if we look over here, here comes our jetway. While the jetway's coming out, let's get on VATSIM. And this airplane, PMDG designed it so the jetway always goes out to the right door. It's supposed to go to the second door from the front on the left side. Oh, welcome to Atlanta. The jetway doesn't reach all the way out to the airplane. Good old Atlanta. Gotta love the scenery here. Boeing 77. Let's see. It's a 200 ER. It's a 772 and connect. So, yeah, either parkour or if you have your Harry Potter wand, you can Leviosa your way. You can Leviosa your way over to the door, but I'd better open the door first. Otherwise, you'll Leviosa yourself into the side of the airplane, and that's not good. Let's go ahead and open up the cargo doors, too. You don't have to. There goes the door. There goes our cargo doors. We are on VATSIM. Looks like we got a clearance. So let's make sure we got it all right here. Atlanta, Smaltz 3, Wallet, Squawk 2001. How about that? Cleared Smaltz departure, blah, 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 10,000 feet. Departure frequency is mode Charlie, contact ground south into the ramp. And south into the ramp means we're going to be departing off of 09 left. That's the one we're expecting. So, and you can see our airplane is already there. So we're good to go there. Pushing starts on us. Most important on this old thing, once you get the ground power popped in, start powering up the plane. It takes a while. Batteries going on. We got 2 ground powers right now. Let's get them both popped in there. Let's also get IFE and cabin. We've got the nav lights on. It's kind of rainy outside. I'm going to turn on the logo light just, you know, in case. Up here, emergency exit lights are now armed and guarded. Windshield heaters are going on. ADARU's going on. Everything else is looking good here. It's a United flight. Domestic U.S. They're going to turn on the APU for that. Hotlanta is not hot today. Yeah, the only hot you're going to get from Atlanta today is going to be... is very probably going to be the, it's going to be from the Volcano Burger. Okay, airplane's coming on up, so that's good. Now that the airplane's going to take a while to power up, so we can go and do some other things. But first we're going to say, GT Boys here. Welcome, thanks for beer cheers. Welcome on in. Happy... Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday. Simbri FMS transfer failed. This has been happening a lot lately. Dogs, don't wait for me. There's going to be ATC coming in, so don't take too much time, okay? Okay, there's the latest weather. Let's go snag charts for all this. So, departure charts. Fish Finder is on YouTube. Hi, Fish Finder. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, I'm going to pin parking gates. I'm going to pin the airport. And I'm going to pin the Smaltz departure. There's Smaltz. And while we're doing that, I'm going to take a look at it and check our departure. And down here, our initial climb clearance is 10,000 feet. That's what it says in the climb clearance there, so that's good. Arrivals. Here in Orlando, the arrival we're expecting is the Grinch arrival. So Grinch 5, and we're landing, I believe, south. So we're going to look for the Yagoo transition at 6,000 feet. Runways in Orlando are 18 right, 18 right, and 17 left. So they could kick us over to the other runway airports, and we're going to airside 1. That's United Land. Now, if we go to the pin charts, airports, you can see everything's set up there. We are over here at gate Echo 10. Echo 10. And this should look pretty good. So coming out of Echo 10, it's going to probably be Sierra 5. Usually it's Lima to Lima 1 for 9 left is what we're going to do. Dogs is going to push. Dog says hi. Bear says, is anybody else flying from Atlanta to Orlando? I see about 8 other airplanes on the ground. Keo has arrived. Hi, Keo. Welcome to you. Happy Sunday. Happy weekend. Okay, so all of that looks good. Atlanta is a monster airport. And now the airplane's ready for us to do airplane things. So we're going to come down here to the FMC. And we have to set our internal position. Navigation data is groovy. So KATL, Hotlanta. We are at gate Echo 10. Now come over to page 2, grab yourself the GPS position, put that in the scratch pad, compare that with your gate number, and that's going to be pretty good. So we'll put that in the boxes, and that looks great. Route KATL again. And it's going to take a second to think. Let's do route request and see it's in red. So that means it's not going to work. We got to put it all in by ourselves today. So let's do departure and arrival here. So Atlanta, we're going to go to KMCO, Orlando. We're going to be United Airlines, flight 441. And that looks good. Now, because we've got it's not transferring data, we need to come over here to FS Actions and actually put fuel and payload into the airplane manually. So we'll just do this real fast. Let's start with our fuel. And we're going to need 16,730 pounds of fuel. But first, I'm just going to go and look at our flight plan, make sure that it did it the right way. No, it didn't. Boy, am I glad I checked. Let's edit the flight plan. It put it into kilos. We need pounds. We need pounds. So I'm going to shift to pounds and regenerate the flight. Hey, Captain Chris, welcome aboard. Maybe that's the reason that, it didn't load. Let's try and do a reload on this. So save the PDF to the desktop again. Okay. Let's go back over here. Home. Request the data from SimBrief. And it still doesn't like it even though I did it in pounds. So heck with it. Because this airplane, so we can still put it in manually. It doesn't take that long. So fuel, oh wow, see, this is why I checked it. Fryock, it's raining cats and dogs here today. Captain Chris, I hope I said hi when you came into chat. 36,881 pounds of fuel. That's a lot of fuel. All right, let's come on down here and go back and payload. And all we're going to do with the payload is we're going to just do the zero fuel weight, which is 374,520. I'm going to go 374.6 for my zero fuel weight. And now the airplane is loaded and we don't care about anything else. Okay, so with that, we do need to put the route in. And we go to page 2. The basic route is going to be Smaltz to Wallet, W-A-L-E-T. W-A-L-E-T. That's our first big waypoint. After Wallet, we're doing ZJX. Z-J-A-Y-X. And after that, that's our flight plan. Activate it and execute it. Looking good. I'm going to do departure and arrival now. We know what our runways are going to be. It's going to be 9 left. It's going to be the Smaltz departure via Wallet and engage. And let's do arrivals. We are expecting runway 18 right. It's the Grinch arrival. It's the Grinch arrival via ZJAX or whatever that is. And we're coming in Yago transition, I believe. Execute that and legs. So we'll be RNAV to grits. That's perfect. That's normal. And then Wallet. There's our arrival. Vectors to Yago. I don't think we need that vectors, but I'm going to leave that in there just in case it gets a little bit crowded. And then it takes us to runway 18 right. Let's go and do route and performance in it. So our cruise altitude, we requested flight level 370, right? Yes, so 37,000 feet is our cruise altitude. Our cost index today is 58. Wow, burning up the skies there. Reserves is 15.3, assuming we don't get to turn 30 degrees to the right. And our zero fuel weight should be 374.6. Let's check it. And it is. And now that's in. Okay, everything's looking good up here. APU is on. So all is right with the world in there. All seems to be good there. Let's go and start closing up the airplane. Get ready to go. We'll close the cargo doors now. Cargo doors are closing. Passengers are coming aboard. Over here on beautiful old VATSIM, Atlanta departure ATIS, is information Zulu. The altimeter is 3013. So 3013 for our altimeter. 10,000 feet is already set. 3013. That looks pretty good. Over on charts, our runway heading for departure is going to be 095 degrees. .095. That looks good too. And that's looking great. Let's come on over here and do performance. So we're departing on runway 9 left. Let's do import aircraft. There's our weights. Let's import the weather. Looks good. But do we do rain or something on this, or is that only AI config, air conditioning, anti-ice off, air conditioning is on, flaps optimum rating. I don't think no, it's not. Here's runway condition. It's wet. Let's change that. And now we'll calculate because it's wet here. Uh-oh, original dark wind, you're right. Uh-oh. The Hat Police are going to come get us. Thanks, Original Dark Wind. Appreciate that. Okay, much better. Thank you. Temperature. So takeoff derate -2 and 38 degrees. So thrust limits -2 and 38 degrees. Takeoff. Flaps 5. Flaps are going to be 5 for takeoff. Our trim, our center of gravity is 25.5. Yeah, 25.5, right? Yep, that's good. And our speeds for takeoff, 122, 134, 138. 122, 134, 138 is V2. We put 138 in up here. .138 is our V2 speed off of that, and that looks good. It is, but we've got we're going to have ATC the whole flight, Fidelicor. We've got ATC for the whole flight. All right, all of that looks good. Let's do checklists. So oxygen is good. Flight instruments are good. Parking brakes are not on. So parking brakes, toe brakes in, parking brakes are on, and that looks good. We are not squawking our correct squawk code. So squawk code is going to be 2001. 2001. And we're going to initially look up there. Let's go to standby. That always pops on. We really they need to fix that. Okay, we're clear with this. Let's go back over to ground ops. I'm going to close my 2L door. So there goes the door on the other side. The weather's getting worse. Door's closed. I'm going to go ahead and arm my doors for departure. That's the little thing, if you know, that's the slides. If you have to open the door, the slide automatically deploys. Jetway, we'll retract the jetway. Let's turn off ground power. We're on the APU. Ground power is off. And we're going to release the ground power cart. That looks good too. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull my chocks, and that clears me from that menu. EFB. And our taxi chart's all set up. And the pre-flight checklist is complete. How about that? Let's get pushback helper ready to go. Atlanta Tower is 13347 is approach. We do have tower. Let's go grab that. It's 119.1. 119.1. 119.1. 1334 is departure. It's 475. Okay, that looks good.
326 Atlanta Tower.
Okay, you don't have to hit these buttons apparently to make them work, but let's do it anyway because I'll bet they're going to have that anyway. Okay, pushing starts on us. So pushing starts on us. Let's request the tug. We've cleared all moorings. It's time to go.
Thank you. 326. Sorry, who was calling Gray Taxi? Delta 2124 Atlanta Tower, runway 8 left, taxi via direction runway 8
I'm just
right,
kicking up my lights
truck
just a
hotel.
little bit so that they'll be easier to see if it gets dark. Looks like the tug's ready to go. Push and starts on us. So push and start, tail to the left. Are we ready? Seatbelt's going on. Beacon is going on. I think we do have one checklist that we can run before we do this, just to make sure we are indeed ready. Flight deck doors closed and locked.
178, park to the north, FBO.
Mode control panel is set. Takeoff speeds are set. Rotate at 134 knots. CDU is set. Trim is not set. Trim is not set. So let's turn on hydraulics. Hydraulics going on. Let's also do our fuel pumps now. Fuel pumps are groovy too. Trim for takeoff is going to be 6.25.
All right, we're going down to 8 right Alpha, and we'll be shorting the approach and 8 left.
So there's 4.5, 5, 6.75, right?
Going around.
6.25, 50.75, right? No, it was 6.25.
360 and 4000, Delta 3026. Oh, 2722, land tower, runway 9 right, clear to land.
That's 6.25. Okay, trim is set. Takeoff briefing was done, but rather poorly. Before start checklist is good, we're ready to go. Let's set this over to engines so that we can monitor for start. Cabin call. Let the crew know we're going to start rolling the airplane around. Everything's good there. I think it's time to go. Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. And let's see if we can push.
290, Delta 3026.
Out we go. Dogs is already at 21,000 feet on our way. Average Canadian was on the tablet today. Electric Dreams is gambling. Okay, there is the crew line, so it's safe to start engines beyond the red line. Let's start a little bit of a right-left turn here and start engine number 1. So starter goes on, fuel goes on. What a rainy day in the neighborhood. Fidelicor is writing out the name of the novel that Blade Runner was taken from. And there's our push. Parking brakes on. Release the tug. And that big engine should be going. Somebody was gambling some sheep, Manafee.
Delta 2124, RNAV, just to confirm, it's going to be RNAV to Herschel. That should be your first SMS waypoint.
Good evening. AH Mike is cruising in first class. That's the place to be. We'll be back with Howard for departure. We will. Yes, we will. Clarice is back in chat. Welcome back to you. And we got a good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. Let's just do fuel.
Good afternoon, Tower, American 900 on approach for runway 08 left.
Holy loud mics. Hope they don't have mics that loud in. Hope they don't have mics that loud in the real world. Look at all the water it's pushing behind the airplane.
Runway 08 left, clear to land, American 900.
Fidelicor says, spy hat. We got your spy hat covered, but it's a good idea to hydrate.
Crossing 8 left, the hotel hold short 8 right.
We'll stretch and do a posture check in just a second, okay? And Aunt Malt says I forgot to do Volanta. Imagine that. Thank you for the reminder to do that, Aunt Malt. It should be setting up right now. And how's our engine starting? Looks like it's doing pretty good. APU is off. Flaps 5. Auto brakes. Flight controls. Rudder all the way right, all the way left. Elevators all the way forward, all the way back. Left ailerons and flaperons. Good. Right ailerons, flaperons, and also spoilers. And that's good too. Stabilizer trim is set to 6.25. That looks good too. After start checklist. Anti-ice may be needed. We'll do recall on the way. Flight controls are checked. Ground gear is clear. And we are good with that checklist. Time to go. So nose light going on. Cabin call, let them know we're going to start rolling again. Parking brakes are going off. And out we go. AIX. Did I say your name right? So with the PMDG, the way things work here is I've got a Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pack for my throttles that I use in the sim. And that is my, those are the only throttles I have. And I just did the takeoff check with a little rev up of the engines, and that's good too. For the flight control, I'm using the WinWing Ursa Minor side stick, which looks just like an Airbus, but really those are just the only controls that I have, and it works really good. So no problems with any of that. Departure ATIS information November is good. Atlanta Tower, hello there. United 441's 777 holding short at 5 Sierra with information November requesting taxi.
United 441 Heavy, Atlanta Tower, squawking on Charlie.
Nope, we're only squawking on normal. Let's give you Charlie 2 for United 441.
Atlanta Tower, Delta 30.
So AI, the way that I do that is there is a control. There's a control.
Left, Delta 3026.
And you know how on the Airbus there's the two little red buttons on either side? There's a control binding called hold reverse. Hold reverse. So when I'm coming on in and I go to throttles idle, I push that red button, wait for the thrust reversers to deploy, and then I can push it forward as I need it. And that's how I do reversers for Boeing. It's not bad. I mean, you know, the real pilots have to reach over here and grab these handles. So that's how I do it, and it seems to be good.
United 441 Heavy, Atlanta Tower, late 9, left, taxi via Mike.
9 left via Mike for United 441 Heavy. Shall we go? Mike is the outer taxiway. Let's grab that one.
Delta, from the line up for runway 8 left.
And away we go.
Yeah, it's trying to capture now, 8 left, Delta 3026.
A soggy day in Atlanta. Okay, crossing over Lima. Cabin is ready, so that's good news.
Right Alpha and hold short of the approach end, 11 Echo
Club 178, contact departure.
Over departure park level 26 for L2.
Okay. Guess what time it is? Another checklist. Before takeoff checklist, flaps. Before takeoff checklist is complete. Let's go to engines. And that's good. So I just pushed that red button, ALX. And those are my reversers. And now you see they've shut down. So that's that they worked. It's kind of good to check that because especially sometimes that hasn't worked and we've had to stomp on the brakes to get this thing to stop. Takeoff speeds were deleted because I hit that button. Sorry. We'll just go with those. Okay, that's good. The reversers, yeah, so it's hold reversers that I do original Darkwind. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, there's two controls for reversers. There's either toggle reverser or there is hold reverser. And I've found with the PMDGs, they like hold reverser better than toggle. Toggle, at least in my world, sometimes it skips. It will delete it out, and that's a problem. At least in my world. Flight plan, minimum takeoff fuel is 32,000.9. We currently have 36.3. Got more than enough fuel for our flight. No reason to panic there. Kent is back over on YouTube. Hi, Kent. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in today. Happy finally Sunday, I guess. It's just, doesn't it seem like it was just Friday? Aunt Molt says the Boeing ones feel a little bit cheap. That's one of the reasons why I really like, you know, the TCA Airbus. It feels pretty good. Gotta say though, the Win Wing Airbus throttles look really freaking good. They look really good. So maybe after the trade wars are over, that would be cool to pick up.
United 441 Heavy, RNAV to grid, runway 9, left, clear for takeoff.
9 left, clear for takeoff. After that, we are RNAV to grits for United 441. And strobes.
Atlanta Tower, good afternoon, Delta 501, spot 3 south, ready for taxi.
And we're doing Mike 2.
501 Atlanta Tower.
That's Mike 2.
Runway 9 left via Mike 2, taxi via Lima, outside Lima to Mike, you said?
Negative, it's going to be Mike to 9 left and Mike 2.
Mike to Mike left at line 2, thank you.
Tower Delta 1873 is for 9 right.
So the 1873 Atlanta Tower, runway 9 right, clear to land.
9 right, clear to Delta 1873.
Tower Delta 2319 for 8 left.
Landing lights.
So the 2319 Atlanta
Lights
Tower,
are good.
runway 8
I
left,
think
clear
it's
to
flying time.
Clear land Delta 2319 heavy.
Throttle's going up.
11 Echo Lima cross, runway 8 left.
El
late
Claco
traffic,
is
5
running.
short 8 right.
Takeoff thrust is set.
Post shorting right, 11 Echo Lima.
Engines are stable and thrust is set. 80 knots.
Connie,
Steering with the rudder pedals.
3160.
Hands off the throttles. Rotate.
Delta 1873.
Nice
start around.
departure. Gear going up.
The Delta 1873.
And there was our departure gate.
So 1873, Roger. Turn right heading 180, climb maintain 3000.
180, climb maintain 3000, Delta 1873.
So 1873, traffic. Traffic at your 11 o'clock. Actually, going to be no factor now.
And nose down.
Turning around, County 42 Squawk.
Flying the flight directors here.
Thank you, stand by.
Gentle turn.
Delta 1873, speed 210 knots. Turn right heading
Flaps 1.
250, Delta 1873.
AP, we're going to be busy. Let the autopilot be our friend. Flaps up. Flaps going up. AP's got us. Auto brakes disengaged.
441, contact departure.
Departure now for United 441. Thanks.
You did it.
Landed departure, hello there from United 441, passing 5,300 direct grits.
Yeah, 441 heavy, line departure, radar contact, climbing to 14,000.
14,000 for United 441. There we go. 14,000. Speed's good, direct grits, the airplane's happy. All we got to do is update our heading dial here. So that
line approach closing up.
First Delta 1873 is heading 250.
Land center is 132.975.
Delta 1873 line approach. Hello, runway 9 right.
132.975.
270 Delta 1873.
6 Delta Juliet.
There we go, looking good.
Contact Atlanta Tower 119.1.
Passing 8,000 feet.
Shell contact Atlanta Tower on 119.
Dial this thing over here. That looks good too. Passengers finally getting a nice view of some of the clouds. Oh, we got some pile-up clouds too. I bet we got some thunderstorms out there. Speaking of which, CL13 eyes here. I've got, oh man, I should know that. We've got a fairly decent scenery for I can tell you in just a sec. Landing lights off, taxi lights off, 10,000 foot cabin call. We got the grits. Okay, give me just a second. I gotta load something in and it'll tell me which one it is, Thunder. 11,000 feet, looking good. Linker. And we are good 10 miles behind that other airplane, so that should be good. I am using the taxi to gate scenery. It's the taxi to gate scenery for Orlando. CB Flyers says that there are thunderstorms in South Metro Atlanta tonight. And direct Heisman, pop that up a little bit. Airport state of traffic. And that looks good too. And 14,000 feet is where we're stopping. Checklist time. After takeoff checklist, gears up, flaps up. After takeoff checklist is done. Now then, I think the PMDGs.
And Delta 1873, you could vector us as close to the staff as you want.
I'm gonna go to weather and thunder.
Turn right heading 060.
And we're just gonna go straight forward.
060 Delta 1873.
And I'm gonna pop weather in here. And we've got weather radar, looks like.
Atlanta departure, good evening.
We still gonna die.
We've got a 3,500 for 10,000.
So the thunderstorms are actually over there.
14,000.
14,000, Delta 501.
Yeah, big one to the east of us right now, CB Flyer, at least here in the flight sim. We could actually kind of confirm what's going on in the sim world if we load up the Navigraph Charts app. And if we go just and zoom it on out and come on over here, this has got a really cool little weather app. And so we could go and get the radar. And so let's go to layers. And I'm
yeah,
gonna
441, centers off my reactor, 783, change approved.
122.8 for United 441. So departing out of Atlanta. Now there's our airplane right there. So you can kind of see what we're dodging here. And it's also just updating it right now. And this is about a 3 to 4 hour loop, I believe. So that's probably some of the heavier stuff over there.
Delta
We're
1873,
probably over most of it right now. But I'd say, CB Flyer, I'll bet your airplane's going to get washed.
120, Delta 1873.
So, 122.8.
Sorry guys, I'm tired and we're closing up, so I'm just staying on so the tower can get some training. Honda Jet 3 Kilo Alpha, descend to maintain 3000.
122.8.
Delta 1873, you're...
Climb and maintain flight level 370. Kind of hard to see over there, isn't it? 370. Let's make it go a little faster. 370. How's the climb going? We need to tell it to finish the climb. There we go. Dog says be ready with 135.925. 135.925. Thanks, dogs. Let's come over here and have that ready to go. And we'll just continue to fly along like we know what we're doing. 925. Looking good. Let's go and get some ATIS working for us here. So I'm going to come on up here to the comms menu. And so we're going to go to comms. I'm going to go to flight information. And I'm going to go to ATIS request. Let's go with KMCO Orlando. Put that in the box. I'm going to request VATSIM data and I want automatic updates. Send it. It's sending. It's sent. Wait till it clears and then we're done. Drama, it was very rainy coming out of Atlanta. Okay, we're good to go there. And we should have, there is MCO information, India. So MCO information, India, it's windy. Simultaneous approaches, 17 left, 18 right. So that's great. We'll probably get another update, so we'll clear that for now. And there is probably that big red cell that we were looking at. Remember the really dark red cell on the radar? That's got to be it over there. All that piling up like you see. The meteorologists will call that convection, air going up. And that's got a lot of moisture. It finally goes high enough that it, the moisture in the atmosphere turns liquid or frozen and then starts falling down again. So that's probably that darker red cell that we saw on the radar. Are we climbing? Yes, we're being a good airplane and climbing. Standard altimeters. And that's good. And that's probably that right there. That's probably that right over there. Heading straight up. And that looks good. Our airplane is all set. This airplane is so complete. It's like the Phoenix airplanes. I really feel like the Phoenix airplanes are the top airplanes in the sim. The PMDGs are so close behind that, not really even worth mentioning. They're just that good. And it's great to have this one. Next week, we're expecting to get the cargo version of this airplane available to us. So I know a lot of people are looking forward to the cargo version. I'll probably pick that one up too, because I think that's what Lufthansa Cargo's flying. And that's, who I like to fly when I'm flying cargo in Europe. Dogs is coming into Orlando, and Tim Dog, you fixed your iPad's charging port. You had something small stuck in there, and you had to use a magnifying glass and tweezers. You know what, Tim Dog? You probably saved yourself about $400 if somebody else had been up there. Keo, I think that's a new airplane. So I think you have to buy the new airplane because it's a Boeing 777-200, I think. So that's like buying a new airplane. But the other 777s, the 300s that we had over in Flight Sim 2020, those we're going to get for free. Those upgrades are free. There will be an air upgrade fee for the 737s. And I don't know how we keep all that stuff straight. And I'm probably off on that too. Wolfie's got better information than me. The 777s don't have the upgrade fee. 777 freighter and the 300 were in 2020, but the 73s. Oh, really? So, Wolfie, the cargo liner that we're getting is a free upgrade? Wow. I was thinking that I was going to have to save some pizza money for that next week. We don't have to save pizza money for the cargo plane this week? Well, that's outstanding. Thank you. Memory is untrustworthy. Welcome to the club. We should get jackets. Tim Dog does remind us, though, that the 737s will have some new features. And Polyot is here to save the day. All the 777s that are in 2020 will get a free upgrade. Tim Dog says that, too. That's why Polyot is here to help us. Much better memory than most of us. And Tim Dog remembered correctly, too. 28,000 feet. Lots of clouds. And so no smoking's on, seatbelts are off. And that really looks like an economy seat to me. I don't know. That seems to be a little bit too much legroom there. Maybe we're in economy plus. Now we're behind the wing. Economy plus is up there. That just seems like there's too much room. Thank you for reminding us what is free and what's not. The freighter won't be free because it's a 200, not a 300. Tim Dog is a cool cat to fly with. Top of climb is coming up. Because, yeah, we had the 777. Well, didn't we have a 777 cargo liner in Flight Sim 2020? But I guess that was a 300, not a 200. Okay. Well, maybe I won't get pizza anyway. Until we make sure. Let's go to VNAV. The freighter in 2020 was a 777-200, but it was only the cargo. The passenger version cost us here. And that's what we're flying right now. Polyot saw somebody make a valid argument today. What, on the internet? He saw a valid argument on the internet? How could that be? Isn't there a policy against that? As much flack as PMDG gets, they technically have one of their aircraft natively in 2024 before Phoenix. That's true. Yeah, actually, the Phoenix airplanes are still experimental, right? They made the installer work. Manaphy, it's climbing like a beast out of jacks. Not quite. The freighter is a 200 LR. We have a 200 ER. The 200 LR passenger version is the new one being released in a few weeks, and that will cost. Okay. If you hit your tab key and bring up FS20, the 2024 EFB, you can click the squares, then choose the aircraft, choose the checklist. And Original Darkwind says you can get a detailed checklist for the 777. Well, I know I'm excited about getting the cargo version over here, but that's really about all I feel like I need. The 300s are okay. I like this one. This is great. Don't necessarily know that I need a bunch of I have just been beeped. So we've just been beeped. What could that be? That is Jack Center 135.925. Okay, hopefully I don't jack it up. But the 777-200ER is the B772. The PAX
JetBlue 2251, radar contact 5 miles east of Craig, flight level 290. Descend via the get out 1 arrival or line double altimeter 3005.
Roger, will descend via the get out 1 arrival or copy the altimeter JetBlue 2251.
Jacksonville Center, hi there from United 441 Heavy at 777 climbing past flight level 340 to flight level 370, about 40 miles to the north of ZJAX.
United 441 Jack Center.
Ident from United 441.
Jack Center, Delta 8507, heavy passing through 13,000.
Ident.
Delta 8507 Jack Center, climb and maintain 17,000.
17,000 for Delta 8507.
We're getting to do a
heavy.
lot more idents lately.
Jackson Center, did you get November 176 Hotel Sierra?
The 777 costs are per variant, but each variant will eventually include 2020 and 24 for no additional cost. The 737 will have upgrade fees for 2024. Thanks, Tim Dog.
4706 Hotel Sierra.
Jack Center, November 365 Delta, correction 3675 Delta, requesting right deviation.
75 Delta, you want a weather deviation?
Affirmative.
75 Delta, deviations left of course up to 30 degrees is approved. When able, proceed direct to the Southwest Georgia
A
Airport.
lot of people get the 200ER and
looking for
LR
right
confused. Even more, so they get the
75
freighter
Delta,
confused.
deviations right of
Easiest
course
way to
up to 30
think.
degrees is approved. When able, proceed direct to
The
field and advise.
200ER is
Alright, no more
one
up to
type
30
and
degrees,
PAX
and
only.
then when able,
The 777-300ER is another type and PAX only. The 777-200LR is the last type, and that is the PAX and the freighter variant. Okay.
We get 3256, welcome back. Delta 8507 for direction of flight, maintain 16,000.
16,000, Delta 8507, heavy.
So over in the old sim, I've got a 777 freighter, a 300ER, and a 777-200ER
New recruit
over in
detected.
the old sim.
Welcome aboard,
So there's
Agent.
the freighter,
Stay
which I've
sharp.
already got, and there's the 300. So these two are going to be free. These 737s are going to be an additional fee, like $5 or something like that. So that's if you're having a hard time keeping it straight, you can kind of look over and see in your PMDG
Level
installer,
216, climb and maintain flight level 380.
and that might help you figure it out too. 772 is the ER, 77 Whiskey is the 300.
441 radar contact, 55 miles northwest to Albany VOR, flight level 370, welcome.
Hello from United 441. Let's see. Fryock would rather do truck sim in the thunderstorms. Well, at least your truck's going to get washed. So how is that as a way to remember it, Pauliot? Just look at your PMDG Ops Center.
1556, cross bangs at a maintain
And that's how you can kind of visually figure it out. Kappa just followed the channel. Hi, Kappa. Welcome aboard.
300, cross bangs at 10,000.
Manafee says it's windy in Orlando. You don't have the OC3 yet. You're going to have to spend your first day home updating everything. Actually, Wolfie, the OC3 was really easy to update. That's not going to be a big deal, I don't
I need
think.
you at an even altitude. Do you want flight level 400 or 380?
It doesn't help you to know that the freighter is the 200 LR family or the 3R. It doesn't do that. All it told me is I already have the freighter and it's coming soon. Tim Dog has a whole list.
Frontier 153 Jack Center.
A whole list of thanks to Wikipedia. A little like shady original Dark Wind, it does.
Frontier 153.
You're right, Polliot. It doesn't have
For
it,
your direction
does
of
it?
flight, I need you at an even altitude. You want 3.8 or 3.6?
I'll take 3.8,
Frontier 153, descend and maintain, flight level 380.
Descend and maintain, flight level 380.
Okay, 90 miles to top of descent.
And Jacksonville Center, good evening, Delta 501 is with you. About
Okay,
5
we're
miles south of Macon.
expecting, I'm going to go and clear up a few things here. So we're going to unpin a few things. Expecting 18 right. Minimums are 294 feet.
Aircraft calling Jack Center, standby. Sure.
Mr. Fish Boss is first time in chat. Hi, Mr. Fish Boss. Mr. Fish Boss is over from YouTube. Welcome aboard. It's a good Sunday. We've had nice flights today. We just did the latest update over in the A350, and that flew really well.
To the 401, Jack Center.
294.
I don't think Delta 401, or 501.
294. I'm setting my minimums.
Jacksonville Center, hello, OT 228, maintain flight.
So minimums for our landing.
228, Jack Center, climb and maintain, flight level 370.
Flight level 370.
Okay, 294. It's a ridiculously small number right down there. So we got that set. Let's see. MCO ATIS arrivals
124.8.
3005
Order
is our
124.8,
Barrow.
2251. Have a good rest of your day.
See ya, November 75 Delta. I'm showing at 4,000. What's going on?
Okay, look in here, and 3005, that's preset too. Polyot says they use the 200LR as the base type for the freighter because Boeing made structural changes to the 200LR to have extra fuel and weight. The changes in turn allowed the freighter to have a higher payload if they'd used the 300.
Route 1 and 3005.
Okay, that makes sense. I wish PMDG would do a 777.
Approach 124.8.
124.8 for approach. How many want to see you later?
Yeah.
Okay, all of that looks good. If we get a clear to descend on the Grinch arrival for a south landing, that's going to be 6,000 feet. So that's good.
56 tempo approach offline.
Mr. Fish Boss, thank you for coming in wanting to sub. Sorry you got to go too. We'll see you. We're going to fly tomorrow. 1800 Zulu is our departure time tomorrow. That's about 2 o'clock Eastern time in the U.S. We're going to be doing Oslo to Copenhagen in Vectors to Copenhagen VATSIM event. So, and then flying a little bit more tomorrow too. So we'll see you then. Thanks for coming by. Happy Sunday. Top of descent's coming up in about 30 miles. And we're all pretty much prepared for the arrival here. Polyot says that it wasn't popular, but it was made due to a request by a handful of airlines. Don't buy the 777-200 LR PAX version for additional airline options. It looks like every PAX airline in the list that has had the LR also had the ER or the 300.
November 3675 Delta, Jack Center.
There are all sorts of massive configurations, aren't there? Tough to keep them all straight, I think. Tough to keep them all straight. And our airplane is all nice and clean because of all the rain in Atlanta. And we're flying the old livery. Original Dark Wind.
441, same Mach number.
At 441 is indicating Mach 0.383.
United 441, can you do any better?
Sure. What can we do for you today, United 441?
Can you do?
How about Mach 0.85? Warp factor 5.
And center November 3675 Delta.
For 3675 Delta, Jack Center.
Hey, we just had some icing issues, and we just fill out the sky like 2 or 3 times. We want to divert to KMG, of course, in KMGR.
Number 75 Delta, Roger. You're on request, standby. Unit of 441, maintain Mach 85, descend to maintain flight level 310.
Mach 0.85. We're going to descend to flight level 310, United 441. How low can we go? Down we go. We've started our descent. And Mach 0.85, so it's kind of a speedy descent, too.
Number 75 Delta, I have a reroute for you. Advise ready to copy.
We're running copy 3675 Delta.
Or 3675 Delta, clear to the
I have
Kilo Mike
totally
Golf, Romeo
forgotten
Airport via
spy
direct
flight
maintain
ASMR.
7,000.
All right, 7,000.
In the
Can we get
PMDG, you have to
3675
click your pen.
3675 Delta, turn left.
You have to
heading
click your pen 3
220.
times for luck.
I'm sorry, what was the heading again?
So, Tim Dog, they only
220.
sold 60 of those airplanes.
Delta, thank you.
Club 178.
That's a
descend via the Grinch
small
Travel
number
Arrival,
for a
Orlando, landing
major
south,
jetliner
Orlando
for a
Center,
company like Boeing,
3005.
isn't it?
We're going to descend via the Grinch 5, landing south, 3005, Milton.
Sphinx music, we will not explode. I will avoid explosions. Thanks for coming in. Happy Sunday, Sphinx music.
November 2, Julia Romeo, Atlanta Center's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
From advisory, citation 2, Julia Romeo, see ya.
See ya.
Polyot says they made
Delta
all
8507,
the money
contact
from the
Orlando
freighter
approach
version.
124.8.
Since it's the same aircraft, just no seats and a
24
massive
for
door.
Delta 8507, break away.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have all those galleys and all those seats. Bartek, welcome
Lima
aboard.
216, sorry, correction,
This is
Bella
the
216, Atlanta Center's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
200ER. That's the one we're flying today, Bartek. And yes, this is in Flight Sim 2024. Next week, we're supposed to get the cargo version of the Boeing 777. But this one is out today.
Oscar Alpha, correction, Oscar Tango
I hope
Alpha
I got that
228,
straight.
direction of
I've
flight,
now
I need to do an
totally
odd
and
altitude.
thoroughly
Do you want
confused
flight level
myself.
390 or 370?
I've so totally confused myself, it's not
Oscar
funny.
Tango Alpha, correction. Oscar 228, Roger.
It's happened
Maintain flight level
before.
370.
Before this went gray, it used to be blonde, so I get away. I have an excuse.
Tactical Center, Eastern 128, with you at 400.
Widget Warrior.
Eastern 128, Jack Center, right
No, I don't really ever have a problem with that. Ooh, clouds. What do we got for temperatures? Hang on a sec. Total air temperature is -6. Oh, anti-ice is going to be automatic on this, right? It's totally automatic. All of my systems are... Okay. Bleed air, APU, pressurization, air conditioning, trim air, cargo fire,
Stand 420, Jack Center, right up.
engine
Eastern 128,
EEC,
squawk,
jettison,
1637.
fuel cross feeds. Am I like totally blind here or something? Window heat. We're circulating fans, trim air, cargo fire. Okay. Hey, Boeing Baga's back. I'm going to assume that it's on. Oh, anti-ice right there in front of me. Auto. We don't have to worry about it. We're not going to fall out of the sky.
Apologies.
Right in the middle of the panel in front of my face. Did I say, what did I put in there?
Flight level 320, correction.
You're right, it's a typo. I should have said 777-200. I should have had a 200 in there. I'm going to fix that right now. Thank you for telling me. Sorry about that.
Eastern 128,
Didn't
Jack
mean
Center.
to bring you in with the wrong title. There we go. Got it done.
Eastern 128, squawk 1637.
1637.
Okay, flight level 310.
Sam 420 radar contact 51 miles north of the Alma VOR, flight level 370, welcome. Correction 330.
Bartek caught it. Thanks, Bartek. Anti-ice is auto. Was right in front of me. And we were supposed to maintain Mach 0.85.
Jack Center, hello,
Flight level 310. We're good to go there.
Piedmont 427, Jack Center, IDOT.
There we go. Perfect. We're right where we're supposed to be. We're going to get a gold star by our name.
Legion 3256, climb and maintain, flight level 360.
Let's do... let's see... Descent. We'll do recall, notes, auto brake.
Legion 3256, Jack Center.
How about 3? Landing data, VREF. It's going to be 129. I'm going to call it 135. Briefing. Yeah, sort of. And
Legion
back
3256,
to
Jacksonville Center.
comms for now. So the controller test, this person, I believe, is either doing a test or a training. This is a controller that is being tested or trained to run this area. And I think this controller is doing a totally awesome job in this. When PMDG first released the 200 LR and F as a single base package in FSX,
maintain, flight level 360.
VATSIM not realizing they used both. It was a long battle for several months to educate people to use the right IC cows. It's DIA, so this is an over-the-shoulder exam, so that means that somebody is watching this controller. Well, I don't know how. It's been great. Hey, I could never do this. I'm way too sarcastic. I would be terrible.
427, going to Newark. I need you at an odd altitude. Do you want 3.5 or 3.3?
I mean, this controller's just all over
yeah, we're
it.
going to have to take 3.3, so Piedmont 427.
Piedmont 427 to set a maintain, flight level 330.
Get descending 330, Piedmont 427.
Guys on Jack
to
said
441, descend via the Grinch 5 arrival. Orlando is south. Orlando altimeter 3005.
3005 on the altimeter for a south landing. We'll descend on the Grinch arrival for United 441. Grinch arrival, 6,000 feet. And that looks good. And we're about ready to start our descent. VATSIM is serious for it being virtual flying. Well, you know, that's kind of like the way it is. I mean, we really do want to do a good job with this. And that's what flying is. You know, we're not here in DCS world top gunning, you know, other people, you know, shooting them down or anything like that. That's what we do with this kind of a sim. So, you know, that's why we try to be serious. Now, if you really want to be serious as a heart attack, go over to Pilot Edge. Go over to Pilot Edge. But yeah, it's about making it, like Original Dark Wind said, we're trying to be as real as possible. As real as we can be. Yeah, for anything else, there's multiplayer. I don't know. I've been on IVAO probably a grand total of 3 times. I don't remember what it was like over there. If it was really good or not. It's been a long time. It's the same as VATSIM. Yeah, if you don't want any of the realism like you're hearing here, I'd go over and do just multiplayer.
420, maintain flight level 270.
270, San 420.
Club 178, contact Orlando approach, 12, actually, stand by.
Sphinx Music, is that from...
United 441, resume published speeds.
Enterprise, published speeds now for United 441. Original Darkwind likes Beyond
420 Jack
ATC.
It's
It's a little. I see. I think Beyond
420,
ATC is a really, really great way.
Cross Odea at a
I think
maintain
it's a really great way to
12,000,
learn
Jack
air
12,000,
traffic
3003.
control.
Cross Odea, maintain 12,000.
You know, it's just you. It's just the computer, and I think that's a good way to do it. Great for training. Okay, published
November 850
speeds.
Delta
We've
Zulu
got
Jacksonville Center, climb and maintain, flight
290
level 260.
in a little bit.
Maintain flight level 260,
Average Canadians calling it a night. Good night, Average Canadians. See you next time. Thanks for coming in today. Happy weekend. If you're joining us tomorrow, Average Canadian, we are doing departing an hour early.
Atlanta Center's offline. Radar service terminated.
Hour early, Oslo to Copenhagen, which should be a nice flight. It's vectors to Copenhagen.
Rear wing 781 Jack Center.
And there's vectors to Copenhagen.
Thank you, appreciate it.
After vectors to Copenhagen, we're doing Vienna to Basel Mulhouse, and then Nashville to Jackson. And there's actually, it's a double VATSIM event tomorrow. Our first flight, there's Oslo Mondays and vectors for our first one. And Eclipse is going to be our dispatcher for next week. So we've got those going up tomorrow.
Number 75 Delta,
And
roger, clear to
departing at
Southwest Georgia via
1800
direct,
Zulu.
Maintain 10,000.
Alright, can we stay at 11,000 and stay on top of the clouds, and then we're clear to Southwest Georgia via direct?
And let's bring in the map a click. And our descent's going pretty good here.
Number 75 Delta, I can either do
We're right on the
10 or
profile,
12.
about 300 knots. That's not so awful either.
75 Delta, maintain 12,000.
12,000, thank you. 665 Delta.
Oslo to Copenhagen, you could do Scandinavian. You could do Finnair.
Legion 3256, Atlanta Center's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved. November 0 Delta Zulu, turn right heading 010 for traffic.
Polyot, we could do Norwegian Airlines. Red Nose. So those are the three in the area. I'll probably do Finnair. Finnair or Scandinavian. Born Lava, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on in. Probably Scandinavian. That's kind of a nice looking livery. Seatbelts. 25,000 feet. Unless I go to the liquor store, if I decide to go to the liquor store, then I could be Red Nose. Yeah, SAS, I kind of like their livery. It's pretty cool. The Scandinavian's got a nice livery.
Number 75 Delta, when able, advise when you have the weather and stay approach.
The Finnair livery is good. Plus, if you're a passenger on Finnair, they give you a box of blueberry juice. You get a box of blueberry juice if you're a passenger on that airline, which is cool.
Maintain flight level 360.
I'm getting ready to do the approach checklist. Sphinx Music says the Norwegian liveries look a little dated.
360, Atlanta Center's offline, radar service terminated, frequency change approved.
I like what they're doing with the rudders at Norwegian. Putting somebody famous on the rudder
November 6 Hotel
that you might not know about. That's a cool way to learn history. And there's probably information in the airplane about whoever is pictured on the rudder, on the tail. That's not so awful.
Club 178, contact Orlando approach.
Subscriber confirmed.
Oh, Widget Warriors,
Subscriber
Scandinavian.
Loyalty noted.
Hey, Collimator's back with a nice resub. Collimator, thank you for being here for 23 months. Some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on. I really appreciate it right now. Thanks, Collimator.
6 Echo Alpha, Jacksonville Center.
Could be worse. Finnair livery, just a Boeing. It could be just white. Huddley is back in chat. Boring, not Boeing. Huddley, welcome back into chat. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, the boring and Boeing, is that the kind of the same thing?
Sam 420, contact Jacksonville approach 124.9.
2490, Sam 420, text line. Ooh.
We're going to do 124.8 is Orlando. Hudley, I've been having a great time with this airplane.
75 Delta.
It just got an update. No complaints here at all.
75 Delta, roger, expect the ILS runway 5.
Good looking airplane. It's working good for me.
November 0 Delta 0, clear direct
I
field.
think this would be a good cross the pond airplane. We got some nice liveries for it too. So yeah, no complaints at all here. I mean, I'm sure that there's some bugs here and there, but no complaints.
Oscar Tango
PMDG,
Alpha,
once they get it all set up, it's a solid airplane.
10-350.
This is a 200 ER Hudley. Huddy, sorry, put an extra L in there. It's a 200 ER. That means if you're a really bad pilot like I am, the airplane comes with a free ER, emergency room, for your passengers. Kidding, that's not what it stands for. It stands for extended range as opposed to long range. The LR will come out as a different variant next month. And we've got a cargo airplane coming out possibly this week, unless I've totally screwed that up. And altimeters checked and set. That checklist is now done. Back to comms. Huddy wants the LR.
November 0 Delta
I'll settle for a cargo plane, and then I'm actually... Then I'll actually be happy with my airplanes. The next big thing I'm looking for is SIM Update 2 to come out, and then maybe we'll get the iFly 737 MAX to come out. And then after that, we'll get maybe the TFDI coming our way, the MD-11, but I can live without that right now. So at the moment, we got really good airplanes. For the passenger variant or freighter, since both are LR, if so, you can already get the freighter for 2020 and a free upgrade for 2024. The passenger is next month. I'm looking forward to the freighter variant coming to 2024. After that, I will stop whining. I will be happy with the 737 MAX from iFly.
New recruits
and
detected.
Then I'll stop
Welcome
whining.
aboard, Agent.
Flight Doc is in chat. Hi, Flight Doc. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. We're on our way into... we need a little drag here. I don't know, Ant Mall. I have no idea what to expect as far as the 757. No idea what to expect. Little speed break. Tim Dog wants to kill zombies today. I saw somebody playing the Indiana Jones game today.
American 22,
I may play that a little bit on days off day. That might be fun. I'm kind of trapped in Indiana Jones, though. I may have to start over. I don't know how to get out of that. Dogs did not successfully land. Kept you having you had sim freezes? Oh no, sorry to hear about that, Dogs. PMDG's getting fracked. Flat.
Radar contact 57 miles north of the Albany VOR, flight level 250.
Position check. Can we deviate 20 degrees left?
And now the community.
441 contact Orlando approach 124.8.
124.8 for United 441. Great ATC. Have a great weekend. One 24.8. I do have a Delta livery. Well, I have a Delta livery for my A350 because United doesn't fly Delta. Information India. Orlando approach. Hello there from United 441. We are on the Grinch arrival with Information India.
United 441 Orlando approach, good evening, expect ILS 18 right.
Expecting the ILS 18 right for United 441. Dogs correctly predicted it. Dogs, maybe today's the day for you to go buy lottery tickets or something. Good job. Manaphy had to go around. I think I'm a touch fast. We need to slow down a bit here. Oh, there's Delta liveries in there, I'm sure. Dogs is having, yeah, see, I was having stutters and stuff like that yesterday when I finally got it going. You had to buy a base package and then other variants. You had to have the base, 135 and 79 for the others. I remember that. That's a long time ago, it seems like. Dominator player is back. Welcome in. And speed brakes. Okay, we got MCO tower 124.3. 124.3. There we go. Looks good. Visibility is nothing. Well, okay. And need a little more speed brake here. Definitely, I've always noticed on this, on the Grinch arrival, we always need a little speed brake on this arrival. Sorry, links are broken, and they're going to be that way for a little bit longer, Dominator player. Well, you told me to put the speed brakes out, so don't yell at me because I got the speed brakes out, you silly airplane. Jeez. If you've got something, maybe put it over on Discord. Florida, thank you for reminding me. I was trying to keep my hand on the landing lights there, on the speed brake, but yep, landing lights are next.
American 3054, turn left heading 270, send and maintain 2,500.
Left heading 270, send and maintain 2,500.
Speed brakes away. Cabin is secure. Let's do our little posture check here now so that we can do rudder pedals, and all that looks good. Everything's groovy up here. We've got landing lights on, nose light, all that looks
Delta
great.
8507, turn right heading 090, send and maintain 3,000.
I'm maintaining 3,000, right turn heading 090, 0,8507.
Yeah, well, you're trying to speed up too much, airplane. We got a speed restriction here. Bear, we're going for runway 18 right.
American 3054, you are about 5 miles from Cedo. Turn left heading 220.
Flaps 1.
Intercept the localizer. Correction, turn left heading 220, maintain 2,500 to establish. Clear for the ILS 17 left.
Alright, left heading 220 and maintain 2,500.
There's 6,000 feet. I'm going to do armed.
Delta 8507, turn right heading 170, intercept the localizer.
Speed brakes, this is a landing checklist. Okay, we're good to go there. There's our approach, that's set. I'm at about 210 here at Yagoo. Is that where we're supposed to be at? 210 knots. Wow, memory's starting to get better here. I don't know what's going on. Memory getting better? Can't have that. Lights are all good. Speed brake is armed, calm, passenger signs.
Pilot Club 178, it's on the localizer 18 right.
I'm going to guess there is a
Correction, 124.3.
new ATIS information
124.3.
Juliet.
Got it.
Juliet's
American
aboard.
3054, contact tower 124.3.
124.3, American 354. Yeah.
Delta 8507, maintain 180 knots per greater till a 5-mile final.
180 greater than 5 miles, Delta 8507 heavy.
Weather on the East Coast is a little bit soggy today. No need for a bunch of, let's see, this should be a heading of 107 there, airplane. To 10 and 6,000 feet, right where we belong. And we should be getting a turn and intercept and descend to about 4,000 feet, I'm guessing. If we're good. Flaps 5 is 235, so we could actually do flaps 5 if we want.
United 441 heavy, maintain 180 knots or less until a 5-mile final.
180 knots now or less till 5-mile finals for United 441 Heavy.
Delta 8507. Okay, United 441. Did I clear? Okay, let's do this. Turn right heading 240. It's going to maintain 3000.
240 on the heading and 3,000 on the altitude for United 441.
Delta 8507, you're 8 miles from Toffee, maintain 3000 until established. You're clear for the ILS 18 right.
We're going to be fine. We did overfly, but we're in great shape.
Delta 8507, contact tower 124.3.
I'm going to arm it. Well, he hasn't cleared us, so we shouldn't arm it until we're
United
cleared.
441, intercept the localizer.
Snag the localizer, United 441. Fortunately, we're only going 180 knots right now, so we're able to do this. Bluebird's going to be at FS Expo on June 27th with people. Oh, I'm sure there's going to be people wanting to talk about that. I see nothing that looks like a runway. Our descent's pretty...
441, you are 9 miles from Toffee, maintain 3000 until established, clear for the ILS 18 right approach.
Clear for the ILS runway 18 right, United 441 Heavy. Hit the approach button.
United 441, contact tower 124.3.
0.3 for United 441. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good week. And there's tower ground 121.8.
American 3054, right turn Foxtrot, cross runway 17, right at Foxtrot, ground 121.8 on the other side.
Alright, right on Foxtrot, cross 17, right on Foxtrot, and on contact ground on the other side, American 3054, thanks, see ya.
Orlando Tower, hello from United 441 on the ILS runway 18 right. Visibility sucks
United
today.
441, heavy Orlando Tower, good evening, winds 100 at 9er, runway 18 right, clear to land, caution, you're in trail of a Boeing, correction, an Airbus 330 heavy on a 8-mile final.
United 441 will watch out for the other airplane and runway 18 right, United 441. Kyle's back in chat. Hey, Kyle. Welcome back in over on YouTube. Thank you for coming by today. Happy Sunday. Hope it's a great weekend. We are just on final. How about landing gear? I got ground. I do not have the runway. The weather outside in Orlando is frightful. Everybody at Disney World does not have to wear sunscreen today. And it looks like it's a little bit on the wet side, so we're going to want to go and plant the airplane on the runway pretty good. We decided 135 to land. There's 135, right? Yep, that's pretty good. How about some more flaps? Always good to put more flaps out. The plane is getting washed. It's going to look very good when we get to the
Anybody on the
gate.
final visibility's improved?
Flaps are 30. I got the air. Yeah, visibility is definitely improved. I slowed it down just a touch sooner. We've got 5 miles separation right now. So I did slow it just a touch earlier. That's cheating a bit, but should be okay. First flight tomorrow is a double VATSIM event, Oslo to Copenhagen. And it's all a part of Vectors to Copenhagen plus Oslo Monday. It should be a nice event. Probably if you're a medium skills, if your skills are about medium on VATSIM, you should be okay for that. Hey, Melvin Leroy, welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Thanks for coming in. Flying over the alligator ponds.
Heavy left turn Echo.
AZ, you're not going to be able to do vectors.
Delta 8507 Heavy.
We've got to fly into Orlando after 9 p.m. Eastern time some night to catch the fireworks show at Disney. I think that the fireworks are just default.
Delta 8507
Are
Heavy,
default here in
short 1
Flight Sim 2024.
Continue Echo, we'll hold short 18 left. Delta 8507 Heavy.
No, Polyot says no, we need the mod. I'm going to go get the mod so that we've got it. Maybe we have already got it. I'm not sure.
American 3054 Orlando Tower. Staying in the air.
Really awesome ATC for the controller who was testing. I was pretty amazed. Yes, I'm letting the airplane do the work as we kind of go on through the week. Start getting a little more tired.
1643 Atlanta Tower.
And so I kind of let the airplane do a little more work.
United 1643 Atlanta Tower, you say you're up? United 1643, winds 100 at Niner, RNAV civilians, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Approaching minimums.
Auto throttles off.
Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 30. 20.
United 441 heavy, left turn Echo, hold short, runway 18 left, remain restricted.
Left turn on Echo, we'll hold short and stay on your frequency, United 441. Loviz, we made it for a landing. It was a nice flight. There was a controller test, and I think they did a great job. And that's Echo right there. Welcome to Orlando. Watch out for alligators. The reversers looked really, really good on that landing.
American 3054, that's approved. Foxtrot Echo 2 to the right.
The sim looked good and smooth on the approach. It did. This airplane got a nice update, and I'm feeling like it was really pretty good. So I've been really happy. AZ says, watch out for manatees.
Ramp via Echo 5.
And that is Manafee Games up a front. Manafee was the one that told us today that we were going to fly, that we were flying into a controller change test today, which was nice.
Heavy cross runway 18 left, taxi the ramp via Echo 1.
Echo and Echo 1 cleared across 18 left, United 441. And the landing rate today, by the way, was minus 196. Let the unsportsmanlike celebration begin. Let the unsportsmanlike celebration begin. Flags on the field, insufferable comments in chat. How about that? That was really pretty nice. So we're coming on in, Echo, and we're going to United Land. That felt good. Yep, there's those yellow flags on the field. Okay, APU can start popping up here. All of our lights are pretty good. We're not blinding anybody on the ground. Melvin, it felt good. This airplane did get an update, and I think that this is just going to be so nice. Did you call what unsportsmanlike conduct? So I called it unsportsmanlike celebration. So back in the day, and maybe it still happens, I don't know. I haven't watched NFL football in a long time. But back in the day, one of the big things that happened was, there would be an excessive end zone celebration going on. And the excessive end zone celebrations that would go on would be, after a big, a touchdown or something. And so that would actually be a flag on the field and a penalty. I've got strobes off, taxi lights on, landing lights are off. So I've got those. So they relaxed it a bit. Because, there were some pretty big end zone dances and stuff. And so, again, if they relaxed it. But anyway, so when I start calling, unsportsmanlike, conduct, that's what that's all about. It's the celebration of, end zone celebration is what I'm thinking. Melvin says Hingle McCringleberry. The A350 is heavier in the sim than the 772. I think that's probably about right. Uh-oh. That now you only get tagged for taunting or something? So that's why it is that I have those the yellow flags. Is if I've gone and done a really nice landing, I'm going to be insufferable. That's a pretty good job of parking. That was a nice tight parking job there. Parking brakes are on. Did we get the APU up and running? We sure did. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. Flaps are up. Okay. Speed brakes are down. Let's do fuel pumps. Done with fuel pumps. Hydraulics can go off. Hydraulics are now off too. Nose light should have gone off too. We got the nose light off. That's good. Seat belts. And the bacon can go off too. Over here, let's do exit. Let's do ground ops. Let's do chocks. We're going to request ground power, request our jetway connection, and get ready with the door. Any Builds does have a reputation for poor optimization. I do feel like this airplane lands really nice. I do feel like that. What I just got here, low vis, I was going to start kind of wrapping up a little bit tonight. And there goes our jetway. And we do have to open our own doors here. So disarm your doors. And open up entry 2. And we made it. Wolfie, thank you for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming by. And yeah, sometimes the jetways reset. Sometimes they reset a little bit here. But we made it. I was surprised you were still on. You were going to do a flight or something? Is it that late? Actually, it's about the normal time today, low vis. I think. If low vis comes, no. And there's the United Club up there. And again, this is such a cool airplane. Tomorrow, though, we'll probably be in an A319 or 20, Oslo to Copenhagen. Should be a really, really nice flight. I definitely am looking forward to that one. And then after that, we've got a few good ones. It is, after that, it's a small little airport. It's Vienna to Basel Mulhouse. We've been there before. I think that's one that's got an interesting approach. And then I think there's a VATSIM event, Nashville to Jackson. That's going to be in the A300. So I think we've got nice flights there. Remember, it is also Vectors to Copenhagen. And Vectors to Copenhagen on Monday, we depart an hour early. So 1800 Zulu. Loviz says we ought to take the F-28 to Copenhagen. I'm going to say thank you for being here. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon. Thank you for the extra support and putting up with my weather geekiness that I usually do over on that one. And I will have a pre-flight briefing for you all set up at the normal time. Thank you also. There's been a couple of nice gift subs that have come in as well. Thank you for the extra support and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan there. I really appreciate you coming by. Loviz says we should take the F-28. We should probably do that. Captain Chris, good night to you. Manafee's going to call it a night too. If you were over watching on YouTube, thank you for being here. I appreciate you coming on in, and thank you for stopping by. Let's see. Who do I see that is live streaming today? We're about ready to do a raid. Conti is taking the longitude from Denver to Jackson Hole. Let's see. Captain Arash is doing a Persian Gulf tour, and it looks like that's in a small GA airplane. Shall we go and see Captain Arash? We haven't seen Captain Arash in a long time. Captain Arash, by the way, is the pilot that did the across. It wasn't the cross the pond flight, but Captain Arash did it was celestial navigation, and it was a cool flight that Captain Arash does. So that's really pretty cool. So why don't we go and do a raid over there? Great to see you. Thank you for being here. There were some nice resubs today. Thank you for the extra support. There was some nice cheers as well. Thank you for some extra cheers. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming in today. I hope your weekend was good. It was a good weekend here at Spy HQ because you came and flew with me. Thank you for flying along. I hope you are gonna have a good week. See you tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, until then, as always, stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies at 1800 Zulu. Cheers.
I do not like that at all. And thank God that my car doesn't have that. Oh my God, we got raided. We got a huge raid. Oh my God. 757 Spy coming in with a massive raid of